Close your eyes. Let the sound of the tide settle around you. Not the crashing of waves or the thunder of storms, but something quieter, older, colder. Something that waits. Tonight, we drift not into dreams, but into deep water. The kind that doesn't reflect sunlight, the kind that holds onto stories like shipwrecks cling to rust. Stories that were never meant to be told. But the ocean has a way of remembering what we try to forget. Where ships go to vanish. The sea covers 71% of the Earth's surface, but more than 80% of it remains unexplored. It's a realm of pressure, silence, and things that don't need light to survive. We launch satellites into space. We send robots to Mars, but our own oceans remain a mystery. A map with more blank space than known facts. And maybe that's for the best, because every so often, something comes back. A ship, a signal, a story. And the more we look, the more we wish we hadn't. Not just waves and weather. These aren't tales of pirates and sea monsters. These are records, historical, military, scientific, that point to events without clear explanation. A crew found frozen mid-step, as if time itself stopped. A submarine that sent a distress signal 48 hours after it sank. A passenger ship whose name wasn't on any manifest, and neither were the people aboard. Lights spotted deep in the Pacific, beneath trenches too deep for any modern craft. A World War II vessel, seen again decades later, with no sign of damage. Each story begins with logic, then slips into fog, and in that fog, the rules don't apply. The ocean doesn't play fair. In the ocean, compasses spin, time bends, and sometimes the living hear things only the dead should know. Some captains have gone mad. Some ships have returned empty. Some haven't returned at all, but their echoes have. There are areas where radios never work, where GPS fails, where birds don't fly, and ice never melts. And yet, something is always watching. Why listen? Because we are drawn to the sea, always have been. It calls to us, with promise, with mystery, with that ancient lullaby only the ocean sings. But the truth is, the sea is not calling us in. It is calling something back. It wants to be remembered, and it wants us to remember the things we've buried, in maps, in files, in graves without names. What you're about to hear, the stories you're about to hear, are all rooted in truth. Not always proven, but recorded, witnessed, chased, and left unanswered. Some were forgotten, some were classified. Some never even made it to the surface. Until now. You'll hear of ships that vanished with hundreds aboard, voyages that crossed into nothingness, messages sent from vessels already lost, and ships that have no crew, no port, just purpose. These stories aren't fiction. They're what happens when reality drifts too close to the unknown. How to listen. This is not a playlist, it's a passage. You can fall asleep to it, many do. But be warned, the deeper the voice goes, the darker the water gets. We start on the surface with ships you've heard of. Then we descend into things no one can explain. Each story is a step further from shore, each mystery an anchor. So lie back, let the ocean cradle you. Let the salt and static pull at your thoughts. And if you wake in the middle of the night, to the sound of dripping, or distant knocking, or a low hum that wasn't there before, don't worry. That's just the sea remembering. The disappearance of the Titanic. On the evening of April 14th, 1912, as the RMS Titanic sailed through the frigid North Atlantic Ocean, few on board could have imagined that they were hours away from one of the greatest maritime tragedies in human history. The Titanic, hailed as the largest and most luxurious ocean liner ever built, was more than just a ship. It was a symbol of human ambition, engineering triumph, and society's growing confidence in its own invincibility. And yet, in a cruel twist of fate, it would also become a symbol of human vulnerability and the mysteries the sea still keeps hidden. The Titanic's story has been told countless times. It struck an iceberg at approximately 11:40 p.m., and within 2 hours and 40 minutes, it had sunk to the ocean floor, taking with it more than 1,500 souls. But beyond the tragedy, beyond the frozen silence of the Atlantic, lie questions. Questions that continue to haunt maritime historians, conspiracy theorists, and dreamers alike. Why did the Titanic not slow down, despite receiving multiple iceberg warnings from other ships? Why were there not enough lifeboats for all passengers? Who were the mysterious passengers whose names didn't appear on official manifests? And most chillingly, was the Titanic that sank really the Titanic at all? Let's start with the most glaring mystery, the ship's speed. Despite receiving 6 warnings about icebergs from other ships throughout the day, the Titanic maintained near full speed, approximately 22.5 knots. Captain Edward Smith, an experienced and respected naval officer, seemed strangely unbothered. Some believe it was pressure from J. Bruce Ismay, chairman of the White Star Line, who was reportedly eager for the ship to make headlines by arriving early in New York. Others argue it was hubris, a belief that the Titanic was unsinkable and therefore impervious to nature's warnings. Then there's the curious issue of the lifeboats. Titanic was equipped with 20 lifeboats, enough for only about half the passengers and crew. The reasoning, at the time, was rooted in outdated maritime safety laws. But many have speculated that the ship's designers deliberately limited the number to preserve the aesthetic of the decks and to avoid unnecessary panic among passengers. A floating palace shouldn't look like it expected to sink. And yet, there are deeper mysteries. Reports from survivors mentioned odd occurrences in the hours before the crash. Changes in temperature, strange sounds from the hull, and what some described as a shiver in the ship's bones. Could it be that the Titanic suffered internal damage before hitting the iceberg? There are theories that suggest the ship's steel became brittle due to the freezing conditions, or that a small fire in the coal bunkers, reported days before departure, weakened the structure from within. Perhaps most unsettling are the persistent rumors that the ship that sank was not the Titanic, but her nearly identical sister ship, the RMS Olympic. This conspiracy theory, known as the switch theory, suggests that White Star Line swapped the damaged Olympic with the Titanic in an insurance scam. According to proponents of the theory, Olympic had suffered a serious collision in 1911, rendering her financially useless. The idea is that the Titanic's sinking was orchestrated, either as fraud or as a cover-up for something far darker. While mainstream historians reject this idea, citing structural differences and extensive documentation, the theory continues to circulate among believers who point to photographic discrepancies, altered deck layouts, and even survivor testimonies that seem to support the claim. Adding to the intrigue, certain passengers on the Titanic have remained the subject of speculation. Some traveled under aliases. Some had connections to banking dynasties and industrial powers. The most famous among them, John Jacob Astor IV, Benjamin Guggenheim, and Isidor Straus, were men of immense wealth and influence. All perished in the disaster. Was their presence coincidental? Or was the voyage of the Titanic also a voyage of destiny, designed to silence certain voices or change the course of economic power? As the ship slipped beneath the waves, the radio operator tapped out the final SOS signals. Ships nearby received them, but help came too late. By morning, the cold Atlantic held only fragments, floating debris, lifeboats with the shocked and frozen survivors, and a silence that would echo across the decades. But even now, with the wreck discovered in 1985 and studied for decades, the Titanic's full story remains elusive. Was it hubris, sabotage, insurance fraud, or something altogether unexplainable? The ocean keeps its secrets well. As researchers have returned to the site of the Titanic wreck again and again, they've found more than just rusting steel and decaying wood. They've uncovered anomalies, details that don't align with the official accounts. For instance, parts of the ship appear to have broken apart in midair, not merely from the pressure of submersion. Some metallurgists argue that certain seams burst not due to the iceberg collision, but from internal structural stress, perhaps caused by faulty rivets or long-standing internal damage. And then there's the curious case of the coal bunker fire. In the years following the discovery of the wreck, photographs and sonar images showed long, dark streaks along the hull, consistent with intense internal heat. Some experts suggest the Titanic had a smoldering coal fire even before it left Southampton. The fire reportedly raged slowly and unnoticed in the coal bunkers, possibly weakening the bulkhead and affecting the ship's ability to withstand impact. If true, this could explain why a glancing blow from the iceberg, something the ship should have survived, led to such catastrophic failure. But why was this not disclosed at the time? Was it covered up to protect reputations, investors, or the very myth of the Titanic itself? Eyewitness testimonies from firemen aboard the ship described working in unbearable heat and seeing cracks in the walls near the bunker. These accounts were largely ignored in the official inquiries. The ship's image, as the pinnacle of engineering, was perhaps too precious to be tarnished. Then there's the ship's curious behavior just before the iceberg collision. Survivor reports detail a slight course adjustment roughly 30 minutes before the crash, a movement that some believe brought the Titanic closer to the iceberg instead of steering it away. Why make that maneuver? Was it simple navigational error? Or was something else controlling the ship that night? We also must consider the missing binoculars. A bizarre but true detail. The Titanic's crow's nest, where the iceberg was first spotted, lacked binoculars. They had been locked away, and the key was in the possession of an officer who was reassigned last minute and had taken it with him. Without the binoculars, the lookout crew had only their eyes to rely on in the moonless night. Had they seen the iceberg even 30 seconds earlier, the disaster might have been avoided. Some see this as mere tragic coincidence. Others view it as one of a chain of mistakes, too perfect to be unintentional. Still more rumors swirl around the ship's cargo manifest. Among the usual goods, champagne, luggage, mail, there were also rare artifacts, rumored to include an Egyptian mummy. Though this claim is widely dismissed, it refuses to die in maritime lore. The so-called unlucky mummy was believed to carry a curse. Newspapers at the time played into the hysteria, connecting the Titanic's sinking with ancient wrath. While no verified artifacts of this nature were recovered, the allure of the tale persists. Even decades after the tragedy, survivors spoke of dreams and premonitions leading up to the voyage. One woman reportedly begged her husband not to board the Titanic after a nightmare. Others claimed they felt unsettled from the moment they stepped on the ship. These stories were often dismissed as emotional embellishments. Yet when gathered and studied, they paint a curious pattern of foreboding. And then there is the silence. An eerie, almost suffocating silence that survivors remembered as the ship went down. No screams, no thunderous groaning of metal, just the sound of water and wind, as if the ocean itself absorbed the cries. Those who escaped in lifeboats often described feeling as if they had left reality, like drifting into a different world, one ruled not by time, but by the weight of the unknown. The Titanic was not simply lost to water, it was lost to questions. Why did so many seemingly minor failures line up so perfectly on that one night? Why do survivor accounts conflict on crucial details? Why did the official inquiries focus so heavily on mechanical causes and so little on human decisions or possible external factors? Some believe that the Titanic became a kind of perfect tragedy, an event engineered not by fate alone, but by a convergence of negligence, ambition, and perhaps something more. There are those who believe in the supernatural, who suggest the Titanic was chosen by the ocean or by forces beyond our comprehension. A warning to mankind, wrapped in steel and steam, sent to the deep as both lesson and legend. The sea has a long memory, and it guards its secrets well. Years after the Titanic sank, the stories refused to die. Instead, they multiplied. Letters surfaced from passengers who had almost boarded but backed out at the last moment. Diaries of those lost were discovered in estate sales. In one particularly eerie entry, a young woman wrote, "There is something strange about this ship. It shines too brightly, as if trying to blind us from what lies beneath." As expeditions to the wreck site advanced, high-definition imagery revealed even more haunting details. Dolls, shoes, spectacles, frozen in time, lying silently on the sea floor. These intimate fragments speak louder than statistics, reminding us of the individual lives intertwined in this disaster. Yet alongside these poignant discoveries came confusion. Some sections of the ship appeared too damaged for the recorded trajectory of the sinking. Could an explosion have contributed? Was there sabotage? Whispers of German interference circulated in the years after World War I. Though there's no hard evidence, some suggested that rival nations may have seen the Titanic, a marvel of British engineering and pride, as a worthy target. The theory, speculative as it is, reflects the sheer breadth of mystery the ship invites. And what of the wireless communications that night? While the Titanic sent distress calls, the nearby SS Californian, just miles away, never came. Its operator had gone to sleep, ignoring the early signals from Titanic. This failure has spawned intense debate. Some claim the Californian's crew saw Titanic's distress flares, but misunderstood them. Others go further, suggesting a deliberate decision not to assist. Why? Was there a deeper political or economic motive? Then there are the psychic connections. Multiple clairvoyants, some even before the ship sailed, claimed to have visions of its doom. One British medium reportedly wrote to a Titanic passenger warning him not to sail. That letter was dismissed as nonsense, until it resurfaced years later, authenticated and chilling in its wording. "Your name shall be etched in water, lost in ice." The Titanic has become a canvas for fear, fascination, and fantasy. Hollywood has romanticized it. Historians have dissected it. Conspiracy theorists have turned it into a rabbit hole with no bottom. And yet, despite sonar maps, computer models, and court transcripts, the sinking still feels personal, still unsolved, still alive in the murk of the Atlantic. We must also consider the cultural echoes that followed. After the Titanic disaster, maritime laws changed. Lifeboat requirements became stricter. Emergency drills became mandatory. Wireless radios were to be monitored around the clock. It seemed the world had learned. But the lesson came too late for those aboard. Some survivors never spoke of that night again. Others could not stop reliving it. In every retelling, new angles emerged, shifts in memory, contradictions, strange silences. Trauma tends to blur timelines and sharpen certain emotions. Was this collective confusion, or were they remembering something history chose to forget? Even today, new evidence occasionally surfaces. A photograph here, a buried artifact there. Each find reopens old wounds and rekindles older questions. Did we ever really know the full story? Perhaps the Titanic is not just a story of steel and ice, but a reflection of how we process catastrophe. We seek patterns, we need answers, but sometimes the ocean only gives us echoes. And the Titanic is one of its loudest. Somewhere beneath over 2 miles of crushing black water, she still lies. But in many ways, the Titanic never sank. She floats eternally, in books, in legends, in dreams. And if the Titanic is a gateway plunging us into the abyss of unanswered questions, then farther south, in the heart of the deep blue ocean, lies a stretch of water where mysteries don't just sink, they vanish completely. Let's venture into the triangle where logic is tested and reality unravels. The Bermuda Triangle. There is a stretch of ocean that has swallowed ships whole, erased entire flight squadrons, and silenced even the most advanced technology. It's not marked on any official map, nor does it carry a warning label. Yet it has earned a reputation as one of the most enigmatic and feared locations on Earth. This is the Bermuda Triangle. Roughly demarcated by points in Miami, Bermuda, and San Juan, Puerto Rico, this region spans approximately 500,000 square miles of open sea. On the surface, it appears like any other beautiful expanse of the Atlantic. But for centuries, it has been the backdrop for disappearances that defy logic, explanation, and the laws of nature. The stories are as chilling as they are numerous. Ships that vanished without sending a distress signal. Planes that disappeared mid-flight with no wreckage ever found. Radios that cut off mid-sentence. Compasses that spun wildly in clear skies. And worst of all, there are no answers, only theories. Let's begin with one of the Triangle's most famous cases, Flight 19. On December 5, 1945, 5 U.S. Navy Avenger torpedo bombers took off from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, on a routine training mission. Their leader, Lieutenant Charles Taylor, was experienced. The weather was calm, the equipment was functional. But within 2 hours, radio transmissions began to hint at confusion. Taylor reported his instruments were malfunctioning. He believed he was over the Florida Keys, despite flying in the opposite direction. The other pilots followed his lead, growing increasingly disoriented. One of the final radio messages, recorded from Flight 19, was chilling. "We can't find West. Everything is wrong. Strange. The ocean doesn't look as it should." Soon after, all 5 aircraft disappeared from radar. A rescue plane was dispatched, with 13 men aboard. It, too, vanished. No wreckage from any of the 6 aircraft has ever been definitively recovered. No oil slicks. No debris, just silence. What happened to Flight 19? Was it navigational error? Magnetic interference? Sudden weather? Or, as some suggest, was it something far stranger, like a rift in time or an alien force? Flight 19 is far from the only anomaly. In 1918, the USS Cyclops, a U.S. Navy cargo ship carrying over 300 men and thousands of tons of manganese ore, vanished without a trace somewhere within the triangle. No SOS, no debris. It simply ceased to exist. To this day, it's considered the largest non-combat loss of life in U.S. Navy history. The mystery deepened with reports from pilots who survived brushes with the triangle. In 1970, pilot Bruce Gernon took off from Andros Island in the Bahamas en route to Florida. He and his passengers saw a strange, lenticular cloud forming ahead. As they entered it, Gernon reported a sensation of weightlessness, strange fog, and electrical interference. When they emerged from the cloud, they found themselves over Miami, somehow having traveled 100 miles in just minutes. Their instruments had malfunctioned. The onboard chronometer showed missing time. Gurnon later described the experience as if they had entered a time tunnel. He stands by his account to this day. There are scientific explanations, of course. The Bermuda Triangle is a heavily traveled zone prone to sudden storms, rogue waves, and rapidly shifting weather patterns. Shallow seabeds and deep trenches can confuse sonar and affect debris recovery. Methane hydrates trapped under the seabed could, in theory, cause ships to lose buoyancy and sink instantly. Magnetic anomalies might affect compasses. Human error, too, is an ever-present factor. But do these explanations cover every case? Every radio cutout, every missing minute, every vanishing without a trace? What makes the Bermuda Triangle so compelling is not just the volume of incidents, but the patterns. Often, the disappearances happen in clear weather. The equipment is checked. The operators are experienced. The signals simply stop. And so do the lives tied to them. And for those who have returned, the stories are even more unsettling than the vanishings. Consider the case of the SS Marine Sulphur Queen, a 524-foot tanker carrying molten sulfur. In February 1963, the ship departed from Beaumont, Texas, heading for Norfolk, Virginia. Its last communication was routine. Then, nothing. The vessel, along with its 39 crew members, vanished near the Florida Straits. A massive search operation yielded only a few bits of debris and life preservers. No bodies, no answers. Investigators later pointed to structural weaknesses and a dangerous cargo, but no definitive cause was ever found. The official report couldn't even confirm whether the ship exploded, capsized, or simply slipped beneath the waves. For the families, it was like their loved ones had vanished into a void. Then there's the story of Flight DC-3 NCXION-2, a commercial aircraft flying from San Juan to Miami in December 1948. With 32 people on board, including experienced pilot Captain Robert Lindquist, the plane vanished just 50 miles from its destination. The weather was calm. The crew had been in contact with ground control minutes before. But when Miami called them back, silence. No wreckage was ever found. It was as if the plane had dissolved mid-air. How does a plane disappear so close to land, in good weather, without so much as a single trace? Throughout the 20th century, dozens of ships and aircraft met similar fates. Some were large and modern. Others were small fishing boats. Yet the common theme remains: sudden disappearance, no warning, no wreckage, no closure. These events aren't confined to the distant past, either. In 2015, El Faro, a 790-foot cargo ship with 33 crew members, sank during Hurricane Joaquin near the Triangle's boundaries. Unlike earlier cases, this tragedy left behind data: black box recordings, distress calls, and debris. And yet, even with this information, questions linger. Why did the experienced crew continue sailing into the storm? Why did systems fail so quickly? Why did the vessel lose power when it needed it most? While El Faro's case may be better documented, the eerie echoes of the Triangle still persist. The ship's final moments were chaotic, panicked, and oddly familiar to those who study disappearances in the region. Another chilling account comes from Captain Don Henry, a yacht skipper whose vessel went off course in 1990 while sailing to the Bahamas. He claimed that for over an hour, his instruments began to contradict each other: GPS versus compass, radar versus sight. The sky was clear, the ocean calm, yet the crew felt as though they were spinning, caught in a kind of spatial loop. Eventually, they regained control, but they never understood what had happened. Modern technology should, in theory, eliminate these mysteries. With satellites, GPS, sonar, radar, and real-time weather updates, ships and aircraft are safer than ever before. But the Bermuda Triangle seems to ignore this progress. It devours technology just as easily as it did sails and sextants. So what's happening? One theory suggests magnetic anomalies, localized disruptions in Earth's magnetic field. The Bermuda Triangle is one of the few places where magnetic north and true north align, which can confuse navigation systems. But experts argue this shouldn't cause total disorientation or radio silence. Others propose geomagnetic storms, suboceanic earthquakes, or even wormholes, rips in space-time creating temporary passageways through dimensions. While speculative, such ideas aren't entirely dismissed in the realm of theoretical physics. Some turn to alien abduction theories, proposing that advanced civilizations use the triangle as a portal or testing ground. This may sound fantastical, but it gained traction during the Cold War, when UFO sightings in the Atlantic increased and governments withheld records related to disappearances. And then there are those who invoke the ancient lost city of Atlantis. According to legend, Atlantis was a technologically advanced civilization swallowed by the sea. Some believe its energy source still pulses beneath the ocean floor, interfering with modern electronics and pulling vessels into its gravitational reach. Of course, mainstream science leans toward more grounded explanations: unpredictable weather, human error, and coincidence. But even the most skeptical researchers admit there's something about the Bermuda Triangle that resists being understood entirely. Because while statistics suggest the triangle may not be deadlier than other parts of the ocean, stories tell us otherwise. The raw human experiences, the radio static, the missed landfall, the broken compasses, paint a picture too eerie to ignore. As we leave behind the phantom corridors of the Bermuda Triangle, we turn our attention to another tragedy at sea. One etched not in myth, but in fire and steel. A battleship lost, a harbor attacked, and a nation changed forever. What secrets still linger beneath the waters of Pearl Harbor? Let us now uncover the enduring mystery of the USS Arizona. The mystery of the USS Arizona. The morning of December 7th, 1941, began like any other at Pearl Harbor, the U.S. naval base tucked within the calm waters of Hawaii. Sailors awoke, sipped their coffee, wrote letters home, and prepared for another day of routine aboard ships that lined the harbor like sleeping giants. One of those giants was the USS Arizona. Launched in 1915 and named after the 48th state of the Union, the Arizona had become a proud symbol of American naval power. By 1941, she was an aging but still formidable battleship, armed with 12 14-inch guns and crewed by over 1,500 officers and sailors. Then, at 7:55 a.m., that calm was shattered. Japanese aircraft swarmed from the sky in a sudden and devastating surprise attack. Bombs rained down. Torpedoes sliced through water. Columns of smoke rose like dark monoliths into the morning sun. Ships burned. Men screamed. History changed in an instant. At 8:06 a.m., the Arizona took a direct hit from a 1,760-pound armor-piercing bomb. It struck the ship near her forward magazines, where hundreds of thousands of pounds of gunpowder were stored. The result was apocalyptic. A massive explosion ripped through the vessel, lifting her out of the water, splitting her hull, and instantly killing over 100 men. The ship sank in 9 minutes, consumed by fire and chaos. What remained was a twisted skeleton of metal and memory. But here is where the mystery begins. While many ships damaged at Pearl Harbor were later salvaged, repaired, and returned to service, the Arizona was left where she lay. A graveyard, a monument, a wound in the water. Why? The official reason was that the damage was too extensive, the ship too structurally compromised to ever sail again, but others believed deeper reasons were at play. Reasons laced with superstition, politics, and silence. Divers who descended into the remains of the Arizona spoke of strange sensations. Pressure shifts, unnatural silence, a feeling of being watched. Some claimed their instruments malfunctioned while near the wreck. Others, more quietly, spoke of hearing whispers, voices beneath the waves. Was it grief echoing through steel, or something more? And then there are the legends. Sailors at Pearl Harbor have reported seeing ghostly figures near the Arizona Memorial at night. Uniformed men standing at attention, then vanishing as suddenly as they appeared. Some guards have refused to work the overnight shift, unnerved by footsteps echoing on empty decks, or the scent of smoke lingering where no fire burns. But the mysteries are not just paranormal. There are questions about the explosion itself. Why did a single bomb cause such catastrophic destruction, while other ships hit by multiple bombs remained afloat? Some speculate the forward magazines were already unstable, perhaps due to rushed storage or internal sabotage. Others point to a theory that the Arizona's fuel tanks contributed to a second massive detonation. The truth remains elusive. Then there's the question of timing. Some records suggest the Arizona was already in a vulnerable position, moored tightly with limited mobility, and with her anti-aircraft batteries partially unmanned due to an ongoing inspection. Was this mere coincidence? Or did someone know an attack was coming? To this day, documents related to Pearl Harbor's preparedness remain partially classified. Theories persist that intelligence warnings were missed or ignored, that Pearl Harbor was bait, that the sacrifice of the Arizona was part of a larger, darker strategic calculus. But for the families of those aboard, the mystery is personal. More than 900 of the men who died on the Arizona remain entombed within her sunken hull. Their bodies never recovered, their names etched on marble beside the waters that hold them, and yet some have returned. In the years following the attack on Pearl Harbor, stories began to surface, not just from survivors, but from those who had never made it home, or so it seemed. One of the most whispered legends involves sailors from nearby ships reporting sightings of men aboard the Arizona's wreck days, even weeks after the attack. They swore they saw shadows moving on the deck at night, faint glimmers of lanterns in the submerged hulls, or even silhouettes standing in the ship's turrets, saluting the morning flag. Some dismissed these as tricks of light, trauma-induced visions, or simple hallucinations. But the consistency across reports, from different people and different times, keeps the question alive. Can a ship hold the presence of those who perished with it? Adding to this eerie continuity is a rare naval ritual. To this day, surviving crew members of the Arizona, who later pass away, can choose to be interred within the ship, their ashes placed into the hull by Navy divers. The tradition is solemn, powerful, and spiritually potent. Some believe that those who return to their ship are not simply being buried. They are rejoining their brothers. And perhaps they're not alone. Visitors to the USS Arizona Memorial often report strange sensations. Sudden chills in the humid Hawaiian air, tears without understanding why, or the overwhelming urge to whisper. Photographs taken at the site sometimes show unexplained lights or mists, images that vanish from the camera once viewed again. Guides speak of tour groups falling into silence in unison, without prompt, as if the atmosphere itself commands reverence. Beneath the surface, the ship continues to bleed. From the ruptured hull, a slow stream of oil still rises to the surface, a phenomenon sailors call the black tears of the Arizona. More than 80 years later, droplet by droplet, the ship continues to mourn. Scientists have studied the leak, predicting how long it will continue. But some locals and veterans believe the oil won't stop until the last survivor of the Arizona has passed on. That the ship, in some unknowable way, is alive, bound to those who once walked its decks. Then there's the matter of the sealed compartments. Parts of the Arizona are inaccessible, not just due to damage, but by design. Thick bulkheads remain locked, untouched since the day of the attack. What lies inside? The Navy doesn't speculate publicly, but rumors speak of entire rooms preserved in eerie stillness. Tables set for breakfast, tools left mid-repair, letters unsent, a frozen moment of time, entombed. Divers who have approached those sealed areas report unease, malfunctions in their gear, overwhelming pressure, or even a sense of being watched. One diver, speaking under anonymity, described it as descending into memory itself, like the water remembers. And still, questions remain about that morning. Why were radar warnings dismissed in the hours before the attack? Why did communication lines go down so efficiently? Some historians believe a secondary explosion may have originated inside the ship, not from the bomb at all. Was there a chain reaction from unstable ammunition? Or something more intentional? The mystery of the USS Arizona is not just how it was destroyed, but why it was left behind. Why this ship? Why this fate? What makes the Arizona different is that it was not merely sunk. It was sealed, both physically and in the collective consciousness. It is a war grave, a shrine, a ghost, and a symbol. It belongs not just to history, but to something deeper, something sacred, something unsettled. And like all great mysteries, the closer you get, the more it resists resolution. The USS Arizona does not rest in silence. Each year, thousands visit her memorial, a gleaming white structure suspended over her remains, where they gaze down into the blue, watching the oil shimmer on the surface, watching history breathe beneath the water. Veterans come to salute, children come to learn, survivors come to remember, and sometimes to weep. But no one leaves untouched. For many, the Arizona represents more than a moment in war. It's a spiritual marker, the edge where memory and mystery meet. It is the moment the United States was pulled into World War II. A place where peace was shattered and lives forever changed. But beneath the surface lies something more personal, more elusive, the echo of unspoken stories. There are crewmen whose names never made the records, engineers who were transferred just days before, families who never received full answers. Records were destroyed, changed, or never released. Questions linger about internal decisions, late orders, classified communications. Even today, files connected to Pearl Harbor are still restricted or redacted, citing reasons of national security decades after the guns have gone silent. Some believe there are still truths being protected beneath the waves. The Arizona is often seen as a symbol of sacrifice. But sacrifice for what? What decisions led to her being moored where she was, so vulnerable, so exposed? Was it chance, fate, or a cold calculation known only to a few? Over the decades, rumors have whispered of prior warnings. Cryptic intelligence intercepted but not acted upon. Internal debates silenced. A trap laid, not for the crew, but for the enemy. If so, then the Arizona did not just suffer a surprise attack. It was offered, knowingly or not, as a first blow in a wider game. And that would make her story not only tragic, but deliberately veiled. Yet the ship endures. The steel rusts. The paint peels. But the presence remains. Some say the spirits of the fallen still keep watch, guarding the harbor from threats both seen and unseen. Others believe that the Arizona, in her stillness, is trying to speak, to remind, to warn, to remember. In 2001, the remains of the last surviving officer from the Arizona, Lieutenant Commander Joseph Langdell, were cremated and interred in the ship. He had requested to return, not to where he served, but where he believed his soul belonged. As the divers placed his ashes in a small urn within the hull, witnesses said the water grew still. The waves quieted, as if the ship recognized her own. No scientific instrument can measure grief. No sonar can chart memory. But somehow, the Arizona holds them both. She lies in the harbor not just as a casualty of war, but as a living paradox. A ship that moves no more, yet still stirs the hearts of all who approach. Her guns are silent. Her decks are cold, but her mystery endures. Leave behind the smoldering remains of a battleship and the ghostly echoes of Pearl Harbor, only to descend deeper into the chilling waters of World War I, where another ship met its fate. Sister to the Titanic, swift and mighty, she too vanished under suspicious circumstances. Now we search for answers beneath the Aegean Sea, in the case of the HMHS Britannic, Titanic's forgotten sister. The ocean didn't let her escape. Either she was larger than Titanic, she was faster, she was stronger, and yet, just like her doomed sister, she too was swallowed by the sea. The world remembers the Titanic, with its opulence, its iceberg, and its final, haunting descent into the North Atlantic. But few remember the Britannic, a ship that should have survived, a ship that was supposed to be unsinkable, and somehow sank even faster than Titanic. This is not just a tale of steel and water. It's a story of wartime secrets, unanswered questions, and a death that came with almost surgical precision. Launched in 1914, the HMHS Britannic was the third and final vessel in the Olympic-class trio, built by the White Star Line. Her predecessors, the Olympic and the Titanic, had already made headlines, one for longevity, the other for tragedy. Britannic was meant to be different, safer, reinforced, a correction to fate. But fate doesn't like to be corrected. Before she could even carry a single commercial passenger, World War I changed her purpose. Instead of elegant transatlantic voyages, she was refitted as a hospital ship. His Majesty's hospital ship, Britannic, white-hulled, with green stripes and giant red crosses painted along her sides. She was a ship of mercy. But mercy didn't save her. On the morning of November 21st, 1916, the Britannic sailed through the clear waters of the Aegean Sea, near the Greek island of Kea. The sea was calm. The sun was rising. Nurses were preparing breakfast. Doctors reviewed charts. Everything felt routine, until, without warning, an explosion rocked the ship. It came from deep within her hull, violent, muffled, but devastating. The blast ripped through several watertight compartments in an instant. Within moments, the forward part of the ship was flooding. Panic spread. The cause? Officially, a German mine. But questions linger. Britannic was built with enhanced safety after the Titanic disaster. She had more lifeboats, stronger hull plating, reinforced bulkheads, and yet, she sank in 55 minutes, nearly half the time it took Titanic to go under. What went wrong? Some survivors reported a second explosion, louder than the first. Others described hearing machinery tearing loose, as if something inside the ship had failed catastrophically. Did the mine ignite something more dangerous? Was there an internal flaw never disclosed? And perhaps more eerily, why was the ship off course? According to naval logs, Britannic was not where she was supposed to be. She had drifted several miles north of her designated path into a known minefield. Was it human error, faulty navigation, or something darker? No warning was ever sent. No enemy submarine was sighted, just a single blast. Then silence, then chaos. As the Britannic listed sharply to starboard, the crew scrambled to deploy lifeboats. The order was calm, professional. After all, this was a hospital ship, and many aboard were medical staff trained in emergencies. But what happened next turned tragedy into nightmare. Several lifeboats were launched prematurely, before the engines had stopped. And this is where the horror deepens. Unbeknownst to those in the water, Britannic's propellers were still spinning, massive metal blades churning the sea behind the sinking ship. As two lifeboats drifted into their path, they were sucked in and obliterated, shredded with their passengers inside. Survivors from nearby boats could do nothing but watch, helpless and screaming. Many believe these deaths could have been avoided. Why didn't the crew halt the engines immediately? Was there a breakdown in command? Or was the ship's internal communication system damaged, perhaps by a second blast never officially acknowledged? Even stranger are reports from the ship's interior. Some nurses claimed to hear voices in the lower wards moments before the explosion. Unfamiliar, hushed, and speaking a language they couldn't place. Others described unusual pressure changes in the hull, like the air itself was being pulled downward. A few claimed they saw strange glows along the bulkheads in the minutes leading up to the blast. Delusions? Shock? Or signs of something else? The Britannic didn't just sink. She folded, bow first, rolling slowly onto her side. Some survivors recounted that the ship's internal walls groaned as if protesting, steel twisting like it was resisting the sea's pull. The funnel collapsed. The forward decks buckled, and within less than an hour, she was gone. Unlike Titanic, whose wreck wasn't discovered until 1985, the Britannic was found quickly, lying on her side at a depth of around 400 feet, eerily intact, her hull almost peaceful in the blue of the Aegean. But even in her stillness, she refused to give up her secrets. Diving expeditions revealed something odd. Sections of the hull that were supposed to be reinforced after the Titanic disaster had buckled inward, not outward. This suggested that the explosion may have come from inside, or that the mine struck at an angle inconsistent with its expected trajectory. Was there sabotage? A hidden cargo? No conclusive evidence has ever been presented. Also puzzling, the secrecy surrounding the ship's manifest. Although she was a hospital ship and should have carried only medical supplies and personnel, there have long been rumors that Britannic was transporting military equipment, possibly even munitions, in violation of the Hague Convention. If so, it would have made her a legitimate target. But official records deny it, and they always have. Still, stories persist of British sailors ordered never to speak of the cargo, of files classified for decades, of military escorts that vanished from the logs. As with the Titanic, the ocean had the final word. But with Britannic, it also sealed the truth beneath 400 feet of salt and silence. Of the 1,065 people aboard the HMHS Britannic, 30 lost their lives, many in those fateful lifeboats drawn into the propellers. The rest survived, thanks in part to the proximity of rescue ships and the relative warmth of the Aegean waters. But survival didn't mean clarity. Among the survivors was Violet Jessup, a stewardess and nurse who had served on all 3 Olympic-class liners, the Olympic, Titanic, and now Britannic. She had survived Titanic's sinking in 1912, only to find herself once again in the cold grip of fate aboard Britannic. She wrote in her memoir that as she swam through the oily water, wounded and half drowned, she looked back and saw the ship tilting as if in agony, its massive form twisting unnaturally. She claimed that, even in the water, she heard a deep, metallic groan, not mechanical, but something that felt alive. She described it as the sound of a ship realizing it was dying. Years later, deep-sea divers would echo her sentiment. Those who explored the wreck described Britannic as having an unsettling stillness, as if she remained aware of her fate. Cameras malfunctioned. Dive equipment failed at shallow depths. Some divers reported feeling pressure on their chests, though readings showed nothing unusual. One even claimed to hear faint bells ringing through the water, though none were found on the wreck site. More curious still, the ship's log, normally recovered or reconstructed post-sinking, was never fully accounted for. Pages were missing, timelines blurred. Some entries, later discovered in British naval archives, were redacted or rewritten. One line remains infamous among maritime mystery enthusiasts. Course corrected by unknown directive, not from bridge. To this day, no one knows who gave the order that steered Britannic into the minefield, and no one has taken responsibility. Some claim it was an accident, a rushed wartime decision. Others say the ship was sacrificed, either to cover up illegal cargo or to avoid greater scandal. A few go even further, whispering of a curse, that whatever doomed Titanic had followed her sister across the Atlantic and found her again in the Aegean. Perhaps that's why the Britannic story remains so haunting. She had all the advantages Titanic lacked: better design, more lifeboats, improved bulkheads. And still, she was lost, as if the sea itself was settling an old score. And though her wreck lies closer, more accessible, and better preserved than her sister's, her story remains even more silent. No major films, no romantic ballads, no global mourning, only the steel, the silt, and the stillness. She was supposed to be unsinkable, but the ocean didn't let her escape either. From the silent tomb of a hospital ship to the spectral terror of the open sea, we sail now toward one of the oldest maritime legends ever told. A vessel doomed to roam the oceans forever, never able to make port. Seen by sailors for centuries, feared by all who glimpse her, she is not a ship, but a warning. It is time to face the legend of the Flying Dutchman. The Flying Dutchman, the cursed ship that sails forever. There are ghost stories, and then there is the Flying Dutchman. Not just a tale whispered in candlelight, but a legend so enduring that it haunts sailors across generations, continents, and oceans. A ship doomed to sail the seas forever, never making port, forever chasing the horizon. But is it only legend? The earliest accounts of the Flying Dutchman date back to the 17th century, in the golden age of sailing. She was said to be a Dutch East India Company vessel, captained by a man named Van der Decken, who was returning from the Far East laden with goods, gold, and greed. As the story goes, Van der Decken ignored warnings of an oncoming storm at the Cape of Good Hope, one of the most dangerous passages in the world. He swore, violently, arrogantly, that he would round the Cape even if it took him until Judgment Day. And the sea took him at his word. The storm did not relent. His crew begged to turn back, but Van der Decken, defiant to the end, forced them onward through the hurricane's eye. What happened next became myth. The ship was said to have been lifted by waves, battered by lightning, then vanished. Neither wreckage nor survivors were ever found. But then, the sightings began. Sailors spoke of a phantom ship appearing out of nowhere, sailing full mast against the wind, glowing faintly in the mist. It would disappear just as suddenly, no sound, no trace, as if it had never been. Worse still, it was considered a harbinger of doom. Ships that reported seeing the Flying Dutchman were often lost at sea days later. Crews fell ill, storms appeared from nowhere. Some sailors claimed to hear voices calling to them, pleading for help from across time. Was it mass hysteria, delusion, or something deeper? As naval empires grew, so did the legend. Reports came from English frigates, Spanish galleons, French explorers. The story refused to die. And then came the most chilling twist. In 1881, Prince George of Wales, later King George V of the United Kingdom, reported seeing the Flying Dutchman off the coast of Australia. His official naval log recorded the incident in full, describing a strange red glow and a ship emerging out of the dark that vanished before his eyes. 13 crew members aboard his ship witnessed the same. The next morning, the sailor who first spotted the Dutchman fell to his death from the rigging. Coincidence? Or curse? And more importantly, why does this ship continue to be seen, century after century? What keeps the Flying Dutchman sailing? By the late 19th century, the legend of the Flying Dutchman had become a cultural force. Writers, poets, and artists immortalized her ghostly sails and her damned captain. But beneath the drama and Gothic atmosphere lies something stranger. A pattern. Reports of the Dutchman seem to follow a certain logic. Most sightings occur near dangerous maritime zones, the Cape of Good Hope, the Indian Ocean, the Southern Atlantic. Places where navigational errors are deadly, where weather changes without warning, and where compasses spin for no reason. This has led some to speculate that the Flying Dutchman is not merely a myth, but a manifestation of the sea itself, a kind of warning, an omen, a ghost built from fear and folklore. But others aren't so poetic. Some maritime historians have scoured naval logs from the 18th to the 20th century and found uncanny consistencies in reports. Descriptions of a tall, triple-masted ship with black sails, moving against the wind, often glowing or backlit by unnatural light. Crews often mention a sickly chill preceding the sighting, followed by strange hallucinations, equipment malfunctions, or emotional disturbances. One Russian trawler captain, in 1923, described the moment he saw the Dutchman. The sky went gray, not from clouds but from something in the air. Then we saw her, a ship, old as time, moving fast, faster than the wind should allow. And on her deck, a man in a long coat stared at us with hollow eyes. We turned away. A week later, my first mate slit his wrists in his cabin. These accounts are not isolated. In 1942, a German U-boat patrolling near the Canary Islands reported a ship appearing out of fog. The submarine changed course to investigate, but the ship vanished. And shortly afterward, the U-boat lost propulsion for 6 hours, despite no visible damage. A British destroyer in 1955 recorded an encounter in the Indian Ocean with a sailing ship under full canvas moving perpendicular to the wind. Photographs were taken, but the negatives were inexplicably ruined. These reports, logged by trained military personnel, raise questions. Are these mass delusions? Trickery of light and sea? Or does the Dutchman exist in a place between dimensions, appearing only when the veil is thin? Some physicists, oddly enough, have taken interest. One theory proposes that the Dutchman is a temporal echo, a kind of quantum mirage caused by overlapping realities in extreme conditions, like storms or electromagnetic anomalies. It's an elegant idea. But then there are the messages. Over the centuries, there have been rare and disturbing accounts of radio signals picked up at sea, often weak, full of static, but always the same voice. A male, speaking an Old Dutch dialect, repeating the same distress call. We seek passage, we cannot land. The wind does not favor us, help us. These transmissions are usually brief, never traceable, and sometimes recorded by ships nowhere near one another in either space or time. A ship in 1978 and another in 1996. Different oceans, different hemispheres. Both logged the same voice, same message, almost 20 years apart. Coincidence? A prank? Or is the Flying Dutchman truly trying to communicate, reaching across centuries for something that was denied to her? The legend of the Flying Dutchman doesn't just persist. It evolves. In the 21st century, sightings have continued, despite the dominance of radar, GPS, and satellite surveillance. A South African cargo ship in 2004 reported a tall ship moving toward them on a collision course. The crew radioed warnings. No response. They prepared for impact. But at the last second, the ship passed through them. Literally. No damage, no wreckage, just a cold mist and silence. The log entry simply reads, "Apparition observed. Contact non-physical." In 2013, a New Zealand fishing boat picked up an object on sonar in clear water. No ship in sight, but the signal showed a large wooden vessel just meters away. Then, it disappeared. The sonar image, released later, showed what looked like a three-masted ship beneath the surface, sailing underwater. There are even modern cruise passengers who claim to have taken photos of open sea and later found a faint ship in the distance, one that hadn't been there at the time. The photos are blurry, inconclusive, but eerily similar across locations and years. This raises a disturbing possibility. What if the Flying Dutchman is no longer just a cursed ship? What if she's become a phenomenon, something that manifests when human arrogance, desperation, or ambition challenges the natural order? Vanderdecken's curse, his defiance of the storm, of God, of fate, might have created a spiritual scar on the oceans, a wound that never healed. And every time we tempt the sea, she reminds us, through the Dutchman, that she remembers. Because there's one final layer to the legend, rarely told. Some say that the crew of the Flying Dutchman are not trying to scare sailors, but to warn them. That when she appears, she is not chasing anyone, but trying to be seen, to be remembered, to find release. Their curse is not eternal punishment, it's eternal invisibility. What they want is not escape, it's witness. And perhaps that is the real horror. Not that the Flying Dutchman sails forever, but that she will continue to appear until someone finally understands what she's trying to say. A message lost in fog, a voice drowned by waves, a ship that shouldn't exist, but won't let herself be forgotten. But if a ghost ship condemned to sail forever chills the soul, what of a vessel that truly vanished without a trace? A real merchant ship, found adrift on calm waters, her crew gone as if plucked from the air, meals left uneaten, no signs of struggle, no storm on record. Next, we face the unsettling enigma of the Mary Celeste, the ship that sailed itself. Mary Celeste, the ghost ship that sailed alone. On December 4th, 1872, the British brig Dei Gratia was making its way through the Atlantic Ocean when its crew spotted something odd on the horizon. A ship was drifting aimlessly, sails partially set, but lifeless. No distress signals, no apparent damage. Just silence. That ship was the Mary Celeste. A fine merchant brigantine, she had departed from New York City, bound for Genoa, Italy, just 8 days earlier. Her cargo? 1,701 barrels of denatured alcohol. Her crew? 7 men, a captain, his wife, and their 2-year-old daughter. But when the Dei Gratia approached, boarded, and investigated, they found something chilling. No one was on board. The ship was completely deserted. Food was still in the galley. Personal belongings were untouched. The lifeboat was missing. But there were no signs of violence, no blood, no broken furniture. The sails were tattered, but not destroyed. The hull was intact. The cargo was mostly untouched. The logbook's last entry was dated 10 days earlier. It noted nothing alarming. Nothing that explained why a perfectly seaworthy ship would be abandoned mid-ocean. And so began one of the greatest maritime mysteries of all time. The Mary Celeste was not a wreck. She was not sunk by storm or fire. She was not attacked by pirates. She was simply found, adrift, without her crew, as if they had vanished into thin air. Theories came quickly. Some said it was pirates, but the cargo and valuables remained. Others suggested a mutiny. But the crew was carefully selected by Captain Benjamin Briggs, a devout, respectable man with a sterling reputation. He even brought his wife and child on this journey, a clear sign he trusted the voyage. Then came wilder ideas. Sea monsters, time warps, alien abduction, but these were born of frustration, not evidence. More grounded theories began to emerge. One suggested that fumes from the alcohol cargo might have leaked, causing panic. The idea is that the crew, fearing an explosion, evacuated temporarily, perhaps too hastily, only to be separated from the ship by weather or mishap. But if so, why did they never return? Why no signs of fire? Why abandon a perfectly stable ship? Another theory: waterspouts, a tornado over water, might have struck, creating enough damage or chaos to convince the crew to abandon ship. Yet again, no structural damage was ever recorded. Then there was the lifeboat. Only one was missing. If the crew fled together, they had all entered a single boat. But where did they go? No survivors were ever found. No bodies, not even debris. It was as if the ocean had simply swallowed them whole. In the weeks following the discovery, the salvage hearing in Gibraltar attempted to piece together the facts. Captain Morehouse of the Dei Gratia, who had discovered the Mary Celeste, was questioned thoroughly. After all, he stood to gain a portion of the ship's value for salvaging her. Rumors began to swirl. Some suggested he had murdered the crew and staged the scene. But there was no evidence of foul play, no blood, no damage, no motive. In fact, Morehouse and Briggs had known each other and were considered friends. Still, suspicions lingered. The British authorities scoured every detail. The food stores were ample, the cargo largely intact. The only oddity was that 9 of the alcohol barrels were found empty, but they were made of red oak, more porous than the rest. Leakage was plausible, but the greatest puzzle remained. Why abandon ship? Weather reports from that week suggested calm seas. There was no record of storms or rogue waves. The ship's log showed no indication of panic or malfunction. It simply stopped. And then came the personal accounts. Several sailors from the Dei Gratia reported an uneasy atmosphere aboard the Mary Celeste. One claimed he felt watched while walking the empty decks. Another said the ship was too quiet, that even the creaking of the wood seemed hushed, as if the vessel itself knew it was alone. One cabin boy claimed to hear footsteps at night, even though the ship was supposedly empty. He refused to sleep below deck and begged not to board her again. The crew gave her a nickname, the Whispering Brig. When Mary Celeste was finally brought to port, she sat unwanted for months. No buyer, no crew willing to sail her. She had become a ghost, not just in legend, but in reputation. Eventually, she was sold at a fraction of her value. Her new owners hoped to erase the stigma, but the ship would never escape the curse of its mystery. For years, every new crew that sailed her reported strange incidents. Nightmares, sightings of shadows on deck, compasses going wild, inexplicable sounds from the hold. One captain even claimed to see a woman in white standing near the bow at dusk, disappearing when approached. The Mary Celeste, once a proud merchant vessel, had become a drifting omen, not just for the ocean, but for the minds of those who dared sail her. Years passed, but the mystery of the Mary Celeste never faded. In 1885, a new owner tried to make a final profit by filling her with cheap cargo, over-insuring it, and intentionally wrecking her off the coast of Haiti. He hoped to collect the insurance money, but the fraud was uncovered. The ship's final resting place was a shallow grave on a coral reef, her bones left to bleach under the sun. That was the end of her body, but not her legend. Writers from Arthur Conan Doyle to modern ghost hunters have tried to piece together the puzzle. They've examined nautical records, reenacted possible scenarios, even explored fringe theories like seaquakes or methane bubbles rising from the seabed. But nothing fits perfectly. Some still believe the crew panicked due to alcohol fumes, imagining fire where there was none, fleeing in haste, and then being lost at sea. Others claim paranoia or madness took hold, perhaps triggered by isolation, stress, or disease. A group hallucination, a descent into fear that made the crew abandon reason and their ship. But what about the captain? Benjamin Briggs was known as meticulous, religious, and stable. Would a man like that truly leap overboard without cause? And what of his wife and child? Would he have endangered them on a whim? This is what makes the mystery so enduring. It isn't just the logistics, it's the human element. A family, a crew. Vanished not in a storm, not in war, but in silence, without a single message, without a trace, leaving behind a perfect ship and endless questions. And so, the Mary Celeste lives on. In every sailor's fear of the open sea, in every shadow cast on a quiet deck, in the silence between waves where something, anything, might be listening, waiting. Not all ghosts wear chains. Some are made of wood and wind and salt. And some, like the Mary Celeste, are emptier than death itself. If the silence of the Mary Celeste chills your bones, prepare for something even darker. A vessel found not drifting, but floating with a crew already dead. Their bodies twisted in horror, their eyes wide in terror, and no clue how or why they died. Next, we descend into the deathly mystery of the SS Ourang Medan, the ship that whispered from beyond the grave. SS Ourang Medan, the death ship that spoke no words. In the late 1940s, long after the fires of World War II had cooled, but while the oceans still bore their scars, a chilling maritime message was picked up by several ships traversing the Strait of Malacca. SOS from Ourang Medan. All officers, including the captain, are dead, lying in chartroom and bridge. Possibly whole crew dead. Then, a pause. I die. That was the final transmission. No coordinates, no explanation, just silence. The message came from a Dutch freighter, the SS Ourang Medan, a vessel not officially listed in any major shipping registry at the time. Yet the call was clear and authenticated by multiple listening posts. A nearby American ship, the Silver Star, responded and began searching the region based on triangulation. After several hours, they spotted the Ourang Medan, adrift, silent, ghostly. The Silver Star sent a boarding party. What they found would haunt them forever. The crew of the Ourang Medan was dead, just as the transmission had claimed. But it wasn't just death. It was death in its most unnatural form. The bodies were sprawled across the deck, the bridge, the engine room, and below deck in the cargo hold. Eyes wide open, mouths agape, arms frozen in defensive or fearful postures, as if they'd seen something unspeakable. There were no signs of struggle, no wounds, no blood. Even the ship's dog, found dead near the galley, bore an expression of grotesque terror. Most chilling of all was the corpse of the radio operator, hands still on the key, face twisted into a mask of horror. It was he, presumably, who had sent the final message. "I die." The temperature on board was also abnormally cold despite the tropical environment. A deep chill pervaded the air, leading some to believe that some unknown chemical or gas had been released. But no immediate evidence could explain it. The boarding crew quickly decided to tow the vessel back to port for investigation. But they never got the chance. As they secured tow lines, smoke began rising from the lower decks. Within minutes, an explosion tore through the hull, and the Ourang Medan sank into the depths of the strait, taking all physical evidence with it. Gone, just like that. What had happened aboard the Ourang Medan? What force could kill an entire crew in such a grotesque, inexplicable manner? And why was the ship unregistered, as if it was never meant to exist? Many theories soon surfaced. Some believed it was carbon monoxide poisoning from a malfunctioning boiler. But that wouldn't explain the terror in the victims' faces. Others proposed hazardous cargo, perhaps nerve agents left over from wartime experiments, or even biological weapons. But again, no traces were found. And who would carry such material without documentation? Then came darker whispers of paranormal phenomena, ghostly apparitions, and even extraterrestrial encounters. The ship, they said, had become a floating purgatory, a place caught between dimensions. Whatever the truth, the Ourang Medan remains one of the most disturbing and unsolved maritime mysteries in recorded history. And it had only just begun. In the aftermath of the explosion, speculation ran wild. The Silver Star's boarding party gave testimony to authorities, but the lack of physical evidence left more questions than answers. No wreckage was recovered. No photos were taken. All they had were their own haunted memories. Some within the maritime community suggested a cover-up. They pointed to post-war tensions between Western nations and the remnants of Axis powers, as well as Cold War paranoia. Could the Ourang Medan have been part of a clandestine weapons transfer gone horribly wrong? According to one declassified British intelligence memo from 1952, the ship may have been smuggling chemical weapons to rebel groups in Southeast Asia. The document is heavily redacted, and its authenticity is still debated by historians. But some researchers, driven by obsession, went deeper. A Dutch naval officer named Dr. Cornelius Menger claimed he had traced the ship's origin to a covert Dutch military operation involving untested nerve agents. He published a short manuscript in the late 1950s, only to be found dead a month later in his apartment of apparent suicide. Pages of his notes were missing. Coincidence? Or silencing? Further complicating the mystery was the fact that no shipping company ever admitted ownership of the Ourang Medan. Ship registries in the Netherlands, Indonesia, and Singapore had no record of such a vessel. It was a ghost, even in bureaucracy. The only semi-consistent detail was the ship's name, Ourang Medan, which translates roughly to "man from Medan" in Malay or Indonesian, a cryptic name for a vessel that would become a maritime myth. In the 1970s, a group of Malaysian divers claimed to have discovered the remains of a rusted shipwreck, matching the description of the Ourang Medan. But when they attempted a second dive, one member disappeared without a trace. The rest refused to speak publicly ever again. From here, the story only darkened. A paranormal investigator from Japan named Takashi Iwato visited the region in 1984, attempting to contact spirits he believed still lingered from the doomed ship. He reported EVP recordings of voices whispering in Dutch and Indonesian. But the tapes mysteriously went missing after his return flight. Even the sea itself seemed to reject inquiry. Boats that searched the area often experienced sudden equipment failures, erratic compass behavior, and inexplicable fog. Some captains refused to sail near the supposed wreck site, referring to it only as the dead water. By the late 20th century, the Ourang Medan had become legend, but a legend surrounded by an unusual number of deaths, disappearances, and warnings. What had started as a cryptic SOS had morphed into something far darker, a tale where those who searched for truth sometimes became part of the mystery themselves. And the third chapter would only deepen the chill. In the early 2000s, a retired Dutch mariner named Willem Janssen came forward with a weather journal he claimed belonged to his father, a sailor stationed in Southeast Asia in the late 1940s. The journal made brief mention of a secretive cargo loaded onto an unmarked freighter in Surabaya, Java, and a warning from the dockmaster: she must not be logged. According to the journal, the cargo included steel drums marked only with red symbols, accompanied by several men who spoke only German. The implication was chilling. Remnants of Nazi experimentation were being moved quietly across the Pacific. Could the Ourang Medan have been a vessel of stolen horrors, condemned not by fate, but by its very purpose? Whatever it was carrying, whether weapon, curse, or something unnameable, perhaps it was never meant to reach land. One compelling theory emerged in 2003, when marine historian Dr. Elise Fontaine suggested the Ourang Medan was not a ship at all, but a name assigned to an experimental naval decoy meant to draw enemy subs during late World War II. When the war ended, it was repurposed for covert ops, until one went wrong. She cited naval logs that mentioned a phantom ship operating out of Sabang, later struck from the record. Could this explain the lack of official registration? Could the crew have been victims of their own government's secret mission? Or had they found something more ancient, something not meant to be awoken? In 2017, satellite scans of the seabed near the suspected site picked up anomalous structures buried under decades of silt. Unnaturally symmetrical, unlike any wreckage seen before. While no expedition has yet confirmed their nature, whispers began anew. The Ourang Medan didn't sink. It was buried. And something down there still pulses. Today, the Strait of Malacca remains a heavily trafficked waterway. But many local fishermen still refuse to pass near certain coordinates at night. They tell tales of a dim light that appears on the horizon. A ship-shaped shadow with no name, no flag, and no crew. And sometimes, they say, if you tune your radio just right, you can still hear it. I die. If a ship full of corpses frozen in horror disturbs your sleep, brace yourself for the chilling silence of the USS Scorpion. A nuclear submarine that vanished beneath the Atlantic with 99 souls aboard. Its final moments recorded only in seismic whispers. Next, we descend into the deep with the lost submarine that took its secrets to the seafloor. USS Scorpion, the lost submarine that took its secrets to the seafloor. In May 1968, the Atlantic Ocean swallowed something that has never been fully explained. The USS Scorpion, SSN 589, a skipjack-class nuclear-powered submarine, disappeared while en route from the Mediterranean Sea back to its home port in Norfolk, Virginia. On board were 99 souls. None returned. Before it vanished, the Scorpion had sent a routine radio message stating that it would arrive on time. But when it failed to appear, the Navy launched a massive search operation. For days, no trace was found. Then, in June, the Navy used deep-sea sonar and classified triangulation techniques to locate the wreck. It had come to rest more than 3,000 meters deep, about 400 miles southwest of the Azores. The submarine was broken into pieces. The forward section lay on the ocean floor, its hull crushed as if by immense pressure. The sail was twisted. The aft section, where the nuclear reactor and torpedoes were stored, was mostly intact. But the cause of the sinking remained shrouded in mystery. Officially, the U.S. Navy concluded that the Scorpion was lost due to a catastrophic internal failure, possibly a battery explosion or torpedo malfunction. But not everyone accepted that explanation. In fact, the Scorpion had been plagued with mechanical problems prior to its final voyage. It was scheduled for an overhaul, but budget cuts and Cold War pressures forced it to sea anyway. Crew members had reported faulty torpedoes, water leaks, even broken hatches. One sailor wrote home weeks before the mission, saying, "We're not ready for this run. The boat is sick." Then there were the whispers. Whispers that the Scorpion had been on a secret mission to shadow a Soviet flotilla near the Canary Islands. That it may have been sunk by a Russian submarine in a covert act of war never publicly acknowledged. Further fueling speculation was the fact that the Navy's full investigation, Project Azorian, remained classified for decades. When parts were declassified, they were heavily redacted. And perhaps the most disturbing piece of evidence, seismic sensors in the Atlantic recorded what experts described as an underwater explosion, followed by a series of metallic implosions. To this day, the families of the Scorpion's crew have never received a full account. Just a location and silence. What followed the discovery of the wreck was a labyrinth of classified reports, closed-door meetings, and silenced questions. While the Navy held a formal inquiry, it was clear from the beginning that not all truths would see daylight. Rear Admiral Bernard Clary, who oversaw the initial investigation, submitted findings that only deepened the mystery. His report mentioned unusual acoustic anomalies, unexplained damage patterns on the hull, and suspicious interference picked up on sonar before the Scorpion's final transmission. Some experts believed a Mark 37 torpedo, known to have a flawed heat-seeking guidance system, may have accidentally circled back and struck the submarine. But even that hypothesis failed to account for the massive structural collapse at the bow. In the mid-1970s, a naval researcher named John Craven, a key figure in the Scorpion case, published a memoir suggesting that the Navy knew more than it admitted. Craven described simulations run using classified software that indicated a torpedo detonation inside the weapons room, likely while it was being moved or inspected. He also cryptically mentioned a Soviet acoustic shadow that had been following U.S. submarines at the time. Meanwhile, families of the lost sailors began demanding full disclosure. They were denied. The government insisted that further details remain sealed for reasons of national security. To this day, portions of the Scorpion file remain under lock. Then there were the accounts from other submarine crews. Multiple sailors from sister vessels reported radio silence protocols, mysterious mid-mission course changes, and sudden lockdowns during the same time window in May 1968. One commander, under condition of anonymity, claimed he was told, "Whatever happened to the Scorpion wasn't mechanical. It was political." As the Cold War raged on, so did the theories. Some suggested the Scorpion was attempting to intercept Soviet communications or sabotage undersea cables. Others believed it was carrying out electronic surveillance missions, pushing it into dangerous waters where it may have been detected and targeted. In 1984, a Soviet defector named Viktor Belenko claimed in a U.S. interview that a Soviet sub had been given orders to engage if U.S. vessels encroached on a restricted zone. He didn't name the Scorpion directly, but the timing aligned all too well. Still, hard proof was lacking. What remained was the wreck, lying silently in the abyss. and a handful of blacked-out documents that raised more questions than they answered. And above all, 99 names etched in stone, and a grief that no theory could soothe. In the decades that followed, the mystery of the USS Scorpion transformed from a naval tragedy into a cornerstone of Cold War conspiracy lore. Documentaries, podcasts, even speculative novels have all attempted to piece together the final moments of a vessel swallowed by silence. But despite years of scrutiny, no official revision of the Navy's conclusion has been made. In public, the story remains one of mechanical failure. In private, it festers. In 2002, declassified CIA documents revealed that U.S. intelligence had intercepted Soviet naval communications in May 1968 that referenced a confirmed loss and deep water engagement. The names were redacted, but analysts believe it may have referenced the Scorpion. Around the same time, a group of deep-sea explorers mounted an unofficial expedition to the wreck site. Using robotic submersibles, they captured high-resolution footage of the hull. To their astonishment, several external dents and impact craters appeared inconsistent with internal explosion patterns. Worse yet, some of the hatches appeared warped, as if forced open from the outside. Was it sabotage, an attack, or something else entirely? The nuclear payload aboard the Scorpion has never been recovered. Environmental agencies quietly monitor the site for radiation leakage, though official channels deny any threat. And yet, divers report strange readings, dead zones, and an unshakable sense of dread while operating near the wreck. Most unsettling, perhaps, is the audio. In 2015, a team of independent researchers studying sonar signatures captured what sounded like faint metallic tapping from the ocean floor near the wreck. Morse code? Echoes? Or the ocean playing tricks? One former Navy sonar technician, after reviewing the file, simply said, "That's not natural." In memory of the lost crew, their names are etched on the National Submarine Memorial in Groton, Connecticut. But for many, remembrance is not enough. They want the truth. But the sea is a vault, and the Scorpion sleeps with its secrets. The ghost ship of the St. Lawrence River. Fire on the water. On moonless nights along the shores of the St. Lawrence River, whispers travel faster than the wind. Locals speak of a vessel that burns, but never consumes. A ship that sails silently through the mist, its masts alight with fire, yet never scorched. The ghost ship of the St. Lawrence River is one of Canada's oldest and most chilling maritime legends. A phantom schooner that has haunted the waters between Quebec and New Brunswick for nearly 2 centuries. The earliest documented sighting dates back to 1823, when fishermen near the town of Gaspé claimed to have seen a fully rigged 3-masted ship engulfed in flames, silently gliding upriver against the current. When they rushed to assist, there was nothing. No heat, no smoke, just the lingering scent of sulfur and scorched pine. In the years that followed, reports spread up and down the river. In 1874, the Quebec Gazette published a letter from a river pilot who saw a ship ablaze from bow to stern, moving unnaturally fast against the tide, with no crew in sight and no sound but the crackling of invisible flames. The descriptions were eerily consistent across decades and witnesses. A tall ship with white sails, often seen fully aflame. No sound of fire, no burning debris. The ship always disappears without a trace, often just as someone attempts to approach it. Over time, the ghost ship became part of local folklore. Fishermen made the sign of the cross when they saw strange lights on the water. Children were warned. If you hear the river hiss, turn your eyes away. The burning ship is near. But the sightings were not mere hallucinations or tales spun to scare. In 1900, the crew of a Canadian icebreaker reported seeing the flaming ship near Rimouski. They sent out a rescue boat, only for it to vanish as the rowers drew near. The searchlights picked up nothing. The coordinates were logged, but the fire left no heat. The legend took a darker turn in 1933, when a group of teenagers camping along the shoreline near Trois Pistoles claimed they saw the ship materialize less than 100 meters from shore. One of them, a boy named Henri Latour, tried to photograph it with a handheld Kodak. The resulting image showed only mist, except for what some describe as vague outlines of rigging in flames. Henri was never the same afterward. He stopped speaking for a year and was later institutionalized. His family insisted the ghost ship had marked him. Skeptics have tried to explain away the phenomenon. Ball lightning and phosphorescent fogs caused by rare atmospheric conditions. Optical illusions triggered by light refraction on misty nights. The misidentification of real ships caught in sunset reflections. But none of these theories account for the sheer consistency of the accounts, nor the sheer number of independent witnesses over nearly 2 centuries. Sightings continue into the modern day. In 2008, a retired ferry captain named Jacques Morel posted dashcam-like footage from his recreational boat. It showed what appears to be glowing sails moving silently across the horizon before fading out frame by frame. Experts who analyzed the footage could not debunk it, and Morel had no history of seeking publicity. Still, the most unnerving element remains the feeling described by those who see the ship. "It's not fear," Morel said in an interview. "It's a sadness, a deep, ancient grief. As if the river remembers something you don't. But what exactly is it remembering? To understand the roots of this phantom vessel, one must look to the St. Lawrence River's bloody maritime history. Throughout the 18th and 19th centuries, this vital waterway was not only a corridor for trade, but also a site of frequent shipwrecks, many of them tragic. One particularly infamous wreck occurred in 1816, just a few miles upstream from what would become Rimouski. The Griffin Star, a schooner carrying lumber and immigrant passengers from Ireland, struck submerged rocks during a fog-bound night. The ship split in two, catching fire as lanterns tipped over and the tarred wood ignited. Dozens drowned. Others burned to death before rescue could arrive. Local legend holds that the burning ship is the Griffin Star, doomed to relive its fiery end for eternity. Some historians support this idea, noting that many of the ghost ship sightings occur on or near the anniversary of the Griffin Star's wreck. Survivors had reported strange things even then. A sailor swore he heard the voice of his dead brother warning him to abandon ship just before the impact. But even if we accept that a single ship's tragedy birthed the legend, questions remain. Why does the ship appear so far upriver or downriver from the wreck site? Why does it vanish so cleanly? And what of those who claim to have heard whispers or cries during sightings? A 1967 report by local journalist Lucy Tremblay compiled over 30 eyewitness accounts gathered during a particularly active summer of sightings. In several of them, witnesses reported not only visual phenomena, but also auditory hallucinations, screaming, hymn-like singing, and even what sounded like creaking timbers and snapping sails. One compelling entry came from a lighthouse keeper named Emile Dufresne, stationed near Pointe des Monts. He logged in his journal. Ship visible from tower 9:47 p.m. Flames high, white sails full, no heat, heard faint organ music. Not a boat in sight when I reached the rocks. Dufresne was a decorated naval veteran with a reputation for stoicism. He never recanted the entry. In the 1980s, paranormal researchers began studying the case more systematically. Some suggested that the sightings might be residual hauntings, a kind of energetic recording replaying over and over. According to this theory, traumatic events can imprint themselves on environments, especially in places like water, which has long been associated with spiritual memory. Other, more fringe theorists propose the ghost ship could be an echo from another dimension, where some ship perpetually burns, bleeding through the veil into our world. The idea found traction among local youth and conspiracy communities, but lacked empirical support. Meanwhile, the sightings persisted. A haunting incident occurred in 1999, when two kayakers near Île aux Basques were reported missing after claiming over radio to be paddling toward a ship in distress. Their last transmission was panicked. "It's on fire! No one's aboard! It's heading right for us!" Neither kayaker was ever found. Their boat washed ashore 2 days later, completely undamaged. The police closed the file, but locals added 2 more names to the ghost ship's toll. By the early 2000s, the ghost ship had transcended folklore and entered a strange space between myth, urban legend, and historical curiosity. Documentaries, blogs, and even a short-lived university research program tried to bring scientific scrutiny to the mystery. But perhaps the most compelling part of the phenomenon is not what is seen, but what is felt. In a 2017 podcast episode titled Fire on the Water, ethnographer and spiritual historian Dr. Marie Celeste suggested the ghost ship acts as a kind of emotional mirror, appearing when grief or loss is strongest in the communities it haunts. "It is a symbol of unresolved trauma," she said. "It carries the stories we've tried to forget." This theory gained unexpected support from an unusual incident in 2020, during the height of the global pandemic. Multiple witnesses, independently located in Trois-Rivières, Cap-Chat, and Montjoly, all reported sightings of the burning ship on the same night, March 21, 2020. Local hospitals were at capacity. Family members were separated. Loss was in the air. "I saw it and I felt like crying," said Nathalie Tremblay, a nurse who had just finished a 14-hour shift. "Not because it was scary, but because it felt like the river was weeping with us." The ghost ship may never reveal its origin. It may never burn itself out. But perhaps that is the point. Like the river that carries it, the legend of the burning schooner flows through time, altered by those who witness it, but never silenced. As long as grief echoes down the shoreline, a ship will rise from the mist, aflame with memory, and vanish before our understanding can reach it. The strange lights of the Pacific Ocean. Signals from the deep? The vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean has always been a source of fascination, fear, and folklore. Spanning more than 60 million square miles, it holds mysteries older than maps, deeper than trench lines, and stranger than fiction. But perhaps the most baffling and least understood phenomenon ever reported by sailors, pilots, and astronauts alike are the strange lights that emerge from the waters or illuminate the skies above. These aren't the typical glimmers of stars or reflections from the moon. Witnesses report flashes, pulses, orbs, and luminous trails of light, silent and sudden, without apparent source or cause. Some appear beneath the surface, moving like intelligent creatures. Others shoot upward into the heavens, visible from satellites. And some hover, flicker, and vanish just beyond the horizon. The first sightings, whispers in the night. The earliest known reports of strange Pacific lights come not from modern instrumentation, but from the oral histories of Polynesian navigators who spoke of sky torches and ocean eyes that guided or deceived their canoes across open waters. These lights were said to be both omens and traps, gifts from gods or tricks from sea demons. In 1906, crew aboard the merchant vessel Caledonia documented in their logbook a column of light rising from the water at 2 a.m., lasting for 6 minutes, with no vessel or flame source visible. The coordinates placed the sighting 300 nautical miles east of the Philippines. The crew believed it was a volcanic vent or distant lightning. But no such activity was recorded. From there, the reports multiplied. During World War II, Allied and Japanese warships in the South Pacific frequently reported bizarre light formations, some resembling searchlights that moved underwater, others darting across the sky with no engine noise. Military censors often classified such encounters as unexplained atmospheric activity. In 1951, a Pan Am flight traveling from Honolulu to Tokyo had all cockpit crew witness a greenish-white orb the size of a grapefruit at arm's length that paralleled their aircraft at 10,000 feet for over 15 minutes before vanishing vertically at impossible speed. Astronaut Gordon Cooper later recalled during a 1978 interview that while orbiting Earth aboard Mercury Atlas 9, he observed pulsing lights in the Central Pacific south of Hawaii that did not match any known human or natural pattern. They were moving too purposefully to be weather. Scientific interest grows. By the 1980s, the phenomenon could no longer be dismissed as mere sailor superstition. With the advancement of satellite surveillance and underwater acoustic sensors, more anomalies were being recorded. A team of oceanographers from the Scripps Institution of Oceanography deployed a set of deep-sea microphones in 1987 off the coast of Guam. They picked up what they described as broad-spectrum photonic pulses accompanied by ultra-low-frequency hums coming from 6,000 meters deep. No marine species is known to produce light in such concentrated, rhythmic bursts, and no seismic activity occurred at the time. Then, in 1993, the USS Independence, a U.S. Navy aircraft carrier, documented a series of underwater flashes during a training exercise. Thermal imaging showed temperature spikes in localized patches of water, as if something had released immense energy without combustion. As the 1990s unfolded, government interest in the strange lights intensified. In 1997, the U.S. Navy quietly declassified fragments of sonar data recorded during a multinational naval operation known as Exercise Sea Shadow. One set of logs from a submarine stationed north of the Mariana Trench described spherical photonic entities rising from the deep and circling the vessel without making contact. The sonar officer described them as like glowing jellyfish, but moving with calculated speed and coordination. Divers were not deployed. The risk, one admiral later admitted, was not technological, but psychological. That same year, a Japanese research submarine, Kaiko, recorded similar footage, faint, blue-white orbs weaving in and out of camera view at a depth of 5,200 meters. The lights displayed no predictable pattern and did not match any bioluminescent species cataloged by marine biology. In 2003, leaked footage from a debrief at Pearl Harbor showed what appeared to be radar and sonar overlays tracking high-speed submerged lights moving at over 200 knots, faster than any known submersible. The overlay operator can be heard saying, "It's not bouncing, it's slicing. That thing is cutting through water like air." These recordings prompted unofficial collaborations between defense contractors, oceanographers, and independent analysts. The term unidentified submerged objects, USOs, entered public consciousness, bolstered by renewed media interest in similar unidentified aerial phenomena, UAPs. But for some insiders, this wasn't news. One retired admiral, Lyndon Travers, broke decades of silence in 2010 during a symposium on oceanic anomalies. Travers recounted an incident aboard the USS Norton Sound in 1982. "We were running sonar drills when 3 lights formed a triangle below the surface, just 100 meters beneath us. They tracked our every move. Then they vanished, straight down. Our systems shorted. My men were never the same." When asked why he spoke up after 30 years, Travers replied, "Because it's still happening." With over a century of sightings and data behind them, the strange lights of the Pacific are no longer a fringe obsession. They've become a persistent, cross-generational enigma. But perhaps the most unsettling aspect isn't what these lights are. It's what they do to those who witness them. Psychological impact on witnesses. In 2011, the Institute for Naval Psychology released a restricted study examining the mental health records of sailors and officers involved in high anomaly maritime zones. They discovered that personnel who reported witnessing strange lights were 4 times more likely to develop symptoms of PTSD, recurring nightmares, or dissociative episodes. One sailor, identified only as AB-122, described waking up in cold sweats after seeing a light hover above the water for 10 minutes. It felt like the ocean was staring back, not the thing in the sky, but the sea itself. Like I was no longer alone, even in my own mind. This sense of intimate dread was echoed by a team of oceanographers from New Zealand, who in 2014 were tracking bioluminescent plankton and instead encountered an orb of light that followed their vessel for over 6 hours. When they docked, all electronic logs for that time frame were corrupted. But crew members reported memory gaps and persistent ringing in their ears. Failed recovery attempts. Several countries, including the US, Japan, and Russia, have reportedly launched covert retrieval missions to investigate or capture the source of these lights. In 2008, the Russian submarine Rybinsk vanished during a deep-water reconnaissance south of the Kuril Islands. Official reports cite mechanical failure, yet leaked naval correspondence references unexpected photonic activity and systems overload prior to loss of contact. The U.S. Navy's Operation Grayscale in 2012 remains classified, but whistleblowers claim the mission involved an ROV descending into the Tonga Trench following a series of powerful light bursts detected by ocean satellites. The ROV's final transmission included static, a high-pitched tone, and the phrase, "It's not alone." The feed cut out. The ROV was never recovered. The 2017 event, sea and space aligned. Perhaps the most chilling moment in the modern history of this phenomenon occurred on October 4, 2017, when multiple observation platforms, maritime, aerial, and orbital, simultaneously recorded a luminous eruption in the Central Pacific. The U.S. Coast Guard cutter Medan reported seeing a column of golden light rising silently from the sea, followed by a sound like wind through a cathedral. At the same moment, commercial pilots from a flight en route from Sydney to San Francisco recorded flickering white bands stretching upward like auroras, but from the ocean. From orbit, a CubeSat belonging to a private Earth monitoring startup captured frames of the event. While the video was initially dismissed as glitch artifacts, a frame-by-frame analysis revealed geometric structures within the light itself, momentarily visible like circuitry. No known natural phenomenon could account for the convergence of light, sound, and electromagnetic interference reported that night. But even more unnerving was what followed. Aftermath, silence and suppression. In the days after, online discussion boards and forums saw an explosion of threads analyzing the event, only to have many posts removed or accounts deleted. Researchers who publicly commented were either ridiculed or retracted their statements. Professor Hannah Kaiser, a geophysicist who had appeared on a science podcast discussing the 2017 anomaly, vanished from public view within weeks. Her last tweet simply read, "It's a message. Not a flare, not plasma. A message. We're not listening." Her university profile was taken down. Emails bounced. To this day, the October 2017 event remains both the most witnessed and most buried manifestation of the strange lights. What lies beneath? So what are these lights? Secret technology? Unrecorded life forms? Interdimensional echoes? Or something far more symbolic? a mirror to our own fears about the depths we have yet to chart. The Pacific Ocean remains vast, cold, and largely unmapped. Its trenches go deeper than any building is tall. If something ancient, intelligent, or even sentient were to watch us from below, this would be the perfect hiding place. Perhaps the lights are not signals from the deep. Perhaps they are warnings. If the lights above the Pacific are messages, then perhaps the silence in the Arctic is a reply. A place where ships don't burn, they freeze. Where no mayday is heard, and only the wind remembers what happened. By the mid-20th century, Arctic exploration had become a geopolitical theater. The Cold War brought military attention to even the most remote corners of the ice. And in their surveillance, nations started picking up more than just rival submarines. In 1962, a classified Canadian Forces aerial mission snapped a series of high-altitude images over the Queen Elizabeth Islands. One image, declassified in 1998, showed what appeared to be a schooner-like vessel, frozen mid-transit across an otherwise flat glacier shelf. The ice surrounding it was undisturbed. There were no trails, no debris. The vessel seemed embedded in a solid sheet of ancient frost. More intriguing was the infrared overlay. The vessel emitted a faint heat signature. Then came the Soviets. In 1974, the nuclear-powered icebreaker Arctica reported a visual contact with unknown ship structure, 250 kilometers north of Severnaya Zemlya. Captain Boris Menshikov wrote in his log, "Black hull, 3 masts, no lights. It did not move even as ice cracked around it. We passed within 300 meters. The ice between us was undisturbed. It felt like we were being watched, but no one was aboard." Later, sonar scans of the area revealed no large object in the ice. A follow-up mission in 1976 found nothing. But the most terrifying encounter came in 1983, when a privately funded Canadian expedition led by Arctic researcher Dr. Miriam Calder set out to locate and, if possible, board the ghost ship. Using satellite data and eyewitness triangulation, they pinpointed a location in the northern reaches of the Beaufort Sea. Their final radio transmission, received by a weather outpost in Tuktoyaktuk, simply read, "We have visual. It's real. Approaching now." Then silence. Rescue missions dispatched weeks later found no trace of Dr. Calder, her team, or their equipment. Their GPS logs, transmitted continuously, cut out within 500 meters of the last known coordinates. The site has since been considered cursed by Inuit locals. By the early 2000s, the Arctic had become the focus of intensified scientific monitoring due to climate change. As glaciers receded and ice sheets cracked, old secrets began to surface, sometimes literally. In 2006, a climate research team based in Greenland reported an anomalous sonar ping beneath a retreating ice shelf. When sent to investigate, their ROV, remotely operated vehicle, encountered a large wooden structure embedded within the ice, a hull. Cameras captured faded markings, rigging, and iron fittings consistent with 19th century construction. But when the ice around it was sampled, it was dated as nearly 13,000 years old. That is, the ship was frozen into ice older than any recorded human civilization. Soon after, the ROV's cameras went dark. A backup unit sent into the crevasse returned only blurry static and audio interference. But in those final frames, researchers claimed to see something impossible. Movement within the ship, shadows. A flicker. A curtain twitching, as if something inside had registered the machine. The footage was sealed by the host university. The lead researcher, Dr. Elise Harland, refused to discuss the matter afterward. Her only statement, issued in a terse university memo, read, "We were uninvited guests. We left nothing behind, but something followed us back." a theory beyond time. In 2011, a fringe theoretical physicist, Dr. Caspar Donnelly, published a now-suppressed paper suggesting that the Arctic ghost ship may not be a traditional haunting, but a temporal artifact. According to his hypothesis, under the right magnetic and atmospheric conditions, pockets of nonlinear time could exist in regions of the Arctic due to its magnetic flux. In such a pocket, a vessel could become unstuck from conventional chronology, appearing across decades in roughly the same location. While inside it, only minutes may pass. Dr. Donnelly tied his theory to multiple reports where witnesses described the ship as looking pristine, with sails catching wind despite there being no wind, and lanterns flickering despite being abandoned for a century. One American crew even claimed they heard a bell tolling from the deck 3 times. His final line reads, "Perhaps the Arctic doesn't trap ships in ice. Perhaps it traps them in time." The paper was widely ridiculed, then scrubbed from academic archives. The most recent sighting, 2021, in August 2021, during an atmospheric survey mission for the European Space Agency, a satellite captured high-resolution imagery of an unmapped vessel partially exposed in the Fram Strait. The hull matched no known modern or historical registry. It bore no flag, no radio, and showed no signs of propulsion. Ice reformed around it over the next 48 hours, as if the ocean itself were sealing it shut again. An autonomous drone sent by a Norwegian vessel failed to return. The final transmission was a single image, a snow-covered deck and a doorway slightly ajar. Inside, nothing but black. Whether supernatural, psychological, or scientific, the ghost ship of the Arctic stands as a symbol of something greater than maritime mystery. It is the embodiment of the unknowable. It asks a question without offering an answer. What do we leave behind in places where no one is meant to follow? No crew has boarded it. No one has touched its helm. It remains quiet and patient, a sentinel of solitude. It waits. And in the whispering ice, so do we. And yet, the Arctic's silence is not the only kind of disappearance. Far from the ice, in warmer waters once thought safe and predictable, a ship set sail in 1950, full of life and celebration. It was never seen again. No wreck, no radio, no goodbye. Just nothing. The vanishing of the sea. Princess. A voyage into nothingness. The departure that shouldn't have been forgotten. It was March 12th, 1950. The skies over Vancouver, British Columbia, were unusually bright for a spring afternoon. Dock workers buzzed across the port, loading final crates of supplies onto one of the most anticipated cruises of the post-war decade, the Sea Princess. She was hailed as the Queen of the Pacific, sleek, modern, and luxurious, with state-of-the-art amenities and a reputation for impeccable service. At precisely 4:47 p.m., the Sea Princess gave her horn blast and began pulling away from the dock. Her decks lined with smiling passengers waving to friends and reporters. Photographers snapped images of newlyweds, families, diplomats, and jazz musicians. Her manifest listed 347 passengers and 314 crew members, a diverse collection of society's hopeful, elite, and weary, all seeking adventure or escape. The Sea Princess's itinerary was straightforward. She would sail south along the Pacific coast, stopping in San Francisco, Los Angeles, and finally docking in Acapulco before returning. A 2-week journey, meant to symbolize a return to peacetime normalcy, luxury, and open ocean travel. The ship's captain, Lewis Hammond, 38 years old, was the youngest to command a ship of that class in the North American fleet. Known for his cautious style and disciplined crew, Hammond had served with distinction during Wu in the Navy's Pacific operations. This voyage was more than a promotion. It was the symbolic passing of one era into another. Everything about the departure was perfect. Weather forecasts showed calm seas. Reports from other vessels in the area spoke of light winds and stable barometric pressure. The ocean, it seemed, was in a generous mood. The ship checked in with the Vancouver Port Authority at 7:10 p.m., reporting normal operation. At 11:20 p.m., the Sea Princess transmitted her last routine position, approximately 230 nautical miles west of the Oregon coast. Then, silence. The first alarm. When the Sea Princess failed to check in at 7 a.m. the next day, it was met with polite concern. Radio malfunctions were not uncommon, especially on older frequencies. Still, the Coast Guard in Astoria sent out a standard ping request. No answer. By noon, concern had turned into anxiety. The shipping lane used by the Sea Princess was regularly monitored by both U.S. and Canadian naval tracking stations. Civilian boats, weather planes, and radar buoys should have picked up any trace of the ship. But nothing. No signal, no visual confirmation. Not even the faintest echo of her radar transponder was received. It was as if she had simply vanished. Who was on board? Among the passengers were notable names. Evelyn Chambers, a U.S. ambassador's daughter, traveling under diplomatic protection. Oscar Maldonado, a jazz trumpeter recently returned from Europe, who had booked the cruise as a creative retreat. The Gerhardt family, survivors of the Blitz in London, immigrating to Mexico. A small group of engineers contracted with a Pan-American maritime consortium. Identities redacted in post-incident reports. Captain Hammond's wife, Claire, was also aboard. It was their late honeymoon. These weren't faceless victims of an unfortunate maritime accident. They were real, known, mourned, and they left no trace. The search that found nothing. By the morning of March 14, 1950, 36 hours since the Sea Princess's last contact, the Canadian Coast Guard and the U.S. Navy had launched Operation Neptune Signal, one of the largest peacetime maritime search and rescue missions ever assembled in the North Pacific. A total of 12 military aircraft, 6 naval destroyers, and 3 search frigates, over 200 volunteer civilian boats and fishing vessels, combed over 720,000 square kilometers of ocean. Planes flew low over the shipping lanes. Radar sweeps were executed every 4 hours. Navy divers scouted reefs and fault lines off the coast. The Royal Canadian Air Force even deployed early sonar listening equipment, typically reserved for submarine detection. It was an unprecedented mobilization. Nothing was found. No life rafts, no oil slick, no fire, no metal scrap, not even a floating life jacket. By March 20th, 8 days into the search, public and press pressure mounted. The headlines shifted from concern to disbelief. Pacific Queen swallowed by the sea, Los Angeles Times. Sea Princess gone. No trace, no wreckage, no answers. The Vancouver Sun. Families gathered at port cities with hope, some clinging to conspiracy theories, others beginning to accept the impossible. Several psychics were brought in. One claimed the ship had been swallowed by the sky. Another said it was alive, but out of reach. None of their visions helped. Eyewitness claims and the first shadows of doubt. Then, on March 21st, a fisherman from Crescent City, California, claimed he had seen lights far offshore 2 nights prior. Pale green lights, hovering low above the water. His account was dismissed. But 2 days later, a weather pilot flying from Seattle to San Francisco filed an unofficial report stating that at approximately 1:15 a.m. on March 13th, he noticed what he thought was a ship's wake glowing faintly in the dark, well outside the normal traffic path. The pilot did not report it immediately because No vessel was supposed to be there. Both sightings were disregarded as coincidence or hallucination. Yet internally, search coordinators began using them to redirect flight paths and sonar sweeps toward the Central Pacific Corridor. Still, nothing emerged. The radio silence. Throughout the operation, U.S. Naval Command remained adamant. No SOS had been received. The Sea Princess was equipped with 2 independent radio systems, both modernized after Wu. The odds of a simultaneous communications failure were astronomically low. Moreover, all ships were required to run continuous Morse beacon pulses every 10 minutes. None were received. But 2 curious reports emerged from amateur radio operators. One ham operator in Sacramento claimed to pick up a garbled distress signal at 11:58 p.m. on March 13th, possibly the words engine, turning, cold. Another in Juneau, Alaska, recorded what he called a metallic hum followed by several clicks, then silence, which he said repeated every 12 minutes until dawn. Both logs were dismissed. Neither matched known frequencies. The emotional collapse. By March 25th, the rescue operation was scaled down. Families were notified that the Sea Princess was being officially declared lost with all souls aboard. Memorials were held in churches across Vancouver, San Francisco, and even as far as Berlin and Buenos Aires. In a heart-wrenching address on March 27th, Claire Hammond's sister delivered a eulogy at St. Paul's Cathedral in Victoria. To vanish is worse than to die. At least death has a body. Disappearance has only questions. To this day, that line remains engraved on the marble monument dedicated to the lost passengers. Theories, interference, and the unknown. As the ocean refused to yield a single clue, the official story of the Sea Princess's fate began to fracture. With no wreckage, no signals, and no closure, the void left behind was quickly filled with speculation. Some rational, some unexplainable. Theory 1. Catastrophic structural failure. The most conservative theory suggested that the Sea Princess suffered a rapid mechanical failure, a boiler explosion or hull breach, causing her to sink in minutes. But experts rejected this. The ship was outfitted with a fail-safe ballast system. There were no weather events in the area. Even if the ship had gone down instantly, debris would have surfaced, especially from the upper decks and cargo bays. No oil slick, no drift. A naval engineer remarked, "Ships sink, but they do not vanish." Theory 2. Navigational error and rogue currents. Others proposed a navigational miscalculation, possibly steering the ship into unmapped current lines or underwater caverns. But this too fell short. Satellite mapping, even limited at the time, showed nothing anomalous in the region. And again, not one life raft surfaced. Every lifeboat aboard was designed to auto-deploy upon submersion. Theory 3. Cold War secrecy. By 1952, whispers began circulating about passengers of interest on board. A Czech-born engineer with suspected ties to Soviet intelligence, a Mexican diplomat under FBI watch, a former OSS cryptographer from Wu traveling under a false name. The theory went that the Sea Princess was intercepted by a covert force, possibly submarine-based, and silenced before reaching warmer waters. Was it a Cold War operation? Did another government seize the ship? But this left new questions. Where would it be taken? How to disappear such a vessel? And wouldn't someone say something? Theory 4. Temporal or dimensional disruption. The most haunting theory emerged in the 1970s, as researchers studying magnetic anomalies along the Pacific began to notice an unsettling pattern. Between Point Reyes, California, and Cape Blanco, Oregon, navigational interference spiked every 17 years, roughly in March. Aircraft reported compass drift, radio feedback loops, gyroscopes rotating without input. Scientists from Stanford University cataloged several non-local anomalies, suggesting microscopic rips in localized space-time, not large enough to notice unless something passed through them. Could the Sea Princess have unknowingly sailed into a region where reality was unstable? A natural portal? A loop? A Stanford physicist, Dr. Ian Mullick, proposed a chilling model in 1981. The ship may not have been destroyed. It may simply no longer exist within the coordinates of our dimension. This theory, once dismissed, resurfaced decades later after drone anomalies and UAP disclosures by the US military. Echoes, sightings, and the image that changed everything. By the early 2000s, the Sea Princess was no longer an active topic of investigation, at least not publicly. But among marine researchers, satellite analysts, and deep-sea exploration teams, her name still stirred curiosity, even caution, because the ocean was whispering again. The Aleutian Incident, 1980, a Japanese fishing trawler, Nakamura Maru, operating north of the Aleutian Islands, recorded a radar contact, a large, slow-moving vessel with no transponder or response. Through binoculars, the crew saw a white ship, aged but intact, bearing a faded emblem, SP. They attempted contact, no answer. As fog rolled in, the ship faded. When the fog lifted, it was gone. The satellite signature. 1997. An experimental Canadian surveillance satellite recorded an anomalous shape drifting westward across the open Pacific. The shape matched the dimensions of the Sea Princess almost perfectly. The satellite's data feed was corrupted within 3 seconds of capture. It was labeled as a glitch. The Ballad Beneath the Waves, 2015. A NOAA research vessel exploring the Juan de Fuca Ridge recorded low-frequency anomalies. Audio sensors picked up what could only be described as music, faint trumpet melodies, rhythmic drum taps, and what one crew member called a distant ballroom echo. When replayed, the sound seemed to shift depending on the listener. Some heard jazz, others heard classical waltz, and a few claimed they heard crying. A privately funded autonomous drone, Echo Walker 7, was deployed for a geology survey west of San Miguel Island. Mid-dive, its navigation system froze. Its camera stream began glitching. Before feed was lost entirely, it transmitted a single, clear image. A curved brass railing, half buried in coral, with the letters, Sea Princess still gleaming. Some say the sea forgets. But perhaps it remembers too well. Maybe the Sea Princess didn't sink, didn't burn, didn't fall. Maybe she slipped, like a song in a dream, into a place where time and water don't obey the same rules. And if that's true, she could still be out there, sailing, waiting. The mystery of Blackbeard's treasure. The gold was real. The map is gone. But the legend still breathes. In the dead waters of the Carolinas, where the Atlantic turns cold and shallow and the seabed clutches secrets in its shifting sands, there lingers the name Blackbeard, not as myth, but as memory. His real name was Edward Teach, a former British privateer who turned pirate at the height of the golden age of piracy. But history would not remember him for his real name, nor his naval rank, nor even the number of ships he plundered. No, Blackbeard endures because he vanished, or rather, because the thing that vanished with him continues to haunt generations. A treasure, a vast treasure. One that may still be buried under dunes, swamps, or the Atlantic itself. A treasure no one has ever found. Blackbeard wasn't just feared, he performed fear. He laced his thick black beard with slow-burning hemp fuses and tucked lit matches under his hat during a battle so that smoke coiled around his face like a demon from the deep. Witnesses said his eyes burned like hellfire. His flagship, Queen Anne's Revenge, boasted 40 guns and a reputation for cruelty. He blockaded ports. He terrorized merchant fleets. And yet, he rarely killed hostages. It wasn't death that made him terrifying. It was the promise of it. But it's what he didn't take that raises questions. Multiple captured captains reported that after boarding their ships, Blackbeard would leave sacks of gold untouched, rummaging instead through maps, letters, and coded manifests. It said he was obsessed not just with plunder, but with patterns, shipping routes, storm cycles, and even astronomical charts. And then, just months before his final stand, he vanished. He sailed into the sounds of North Carolina, dismissed most of his crew, scuttled several ships, and sent others away in opposite directions. To those who knew him, it was clear. Blackbeard was hiding something. He was laying a trap. Or perhaps digging a grave. Blood in the shallows, gold in the dark. On the morning of November 22, 1718, Lieutenant Robert Maynard of the Royal Navy engaged Blackbeard in the shallows off Ocracoke Island. The plan was swift and brutal. 2 sloops, shallow draft, surprise attack. But Blackbeard was waiting. Accounts of the battle are legendary. Muskets roared across the water. Smoke choked the air. When the clash turned to blades, Blackbeard charged Maynard himself. By the time the pirate finally fell, he had been shot 5 times and stabbed over 20. And yet, he kept fighting until the last. Maynard had his head severed and hung from the bowsprit as proof. The body? Tossed into the sea. Some say it swam around the ship 3 times before sinking. But something strange happened after Blackbeard's death. When his flagship, Queen Anne's Revenge, was boarded and searched, there was almost no treasure. Not even enough to account for a single week of piracy. No gold, no silver, just guns, powder, and charts. This was a man who had terrorized the Caribbean for years. Where was the hoard? That's when the rumors began. The map that never was chosen, one of Maynard's men, Midshipman Ellis Brent, swore in a private letter that before the battle, he saw a sealed scroll tube handed off to a servant, not a pirate but a local, waiting in a small canoe among the reeds. When questioned, Brent claimed it held a map, inked in symbols I did not recognize, but the paper looked worn and charred at the edges. No such tube was ever recovered, and in the years that followed, strange things began to happen. In 1743, a farming family digging a well near Bath, North Carolina, struck a buried chamber of rotting timber packed with iron nails, like a ship's hull. Inside, they claimed to find a rusted chest, but it was empty. In 1812, a British cartographer mapping the Outer Banks vanished with his entire party after reporting he had found the Devil's Compass. In 1906, a diver exploring a sunken inlet near Beaufort surfaced screaming, blind, and incoherent. He spoke only 1 sentence before dying. He buried it standing up, so it could see. To this day, no confirmed treasure has ever been recovered. And yet, dozens of treasure hunters still vanish in these marshes. Metal detectors fail. Compasses spin. Entire GPS systems blink out near a stretch of coast locals call Dead Man's Drift, as if something is still guarding it. The curse that never fades. By the late 20th century, Blackbeard's treasure had become more than legend. It had become an obsession. In 1984, a privately funded team of explorers, led by marine historian Gerald Winslow, arrived in North Carolina with ground-penetrating radar, infrared scanners, and permission to excavate a section of protected marshland near Bath Creek. Winslow claimed to have deciphered clues hidden in Blackbeard's court transcripts. Coded references to celestial alignments and iron markers near the waterline. what they found was strange. First, layers of burned soil well below the current surface, as if a large fire had scorched the earth centuries ago. Second, a series of iron stakes driven deep in the shape of a seven-pointed star buried symmetrically. When unearthed, they were covered in etchings, not English, not Latin, possibly Moorish, or even alchemical. Then, on day 12, the weather turned. One member of the team fell into a shallow sinkhole and suffered a concussion. Another developed violent hallucinations. Their cook quit after claiming he saw a man without eyes watching them from the reeds. Instruments failed. Their backup generator exploded. By day 17, the dig was abandoned. Winslow would later write, "We didn't find the treasure, but we found something. A perimeter, a warning. Someone, or something, didn't want us to keep going." He died less than a year later of a stroke at age 42. Most of the footage was never released. The treasure watches you. In 1999, a satellite imaging contractor reviewing archival aerial photos of the Ocracoke coastline noticed something odd. For 3 decades, vegetation growth along a 200-meter patch consistently grew in a curved horseshoe, matching the dimensions of a small galleon. Botanists called it coincidence. Cryptologists didn't. An anonymous document began circulating online, supposedly recovered from a salvaged Spanish naval archive, describing a privateer devil with smoke on his face who buried a holy mirror, surrounded by broken stars. Online forums exploded. Theories ranged from time capsules to Atlantean relics to cursed technology. One researcher went further. She proposed that Blackbeard wasn't just hiding gold. He was hiding a mechanism, a device stolen from a captured Spanish ship rumored to have explored unknown islands west of Bermuda. Her name was Dr. Layla Monroe, and in 2017, she vanished during a solo night dive off the coast of Emerald Isle. Her GoPro was found 300 meters from shore. The final 40 seconds of footage show something glinting beneath the sand, followed by her panicked breathing and a whisper in a voice not her own. "It's still awake." What can never be buried? In the years following Dr. Monroe's disappearance, something strange began to happen. Her final audio was studied by linguists. Some claimed the whispered words were in Old English, others thought it sounded like Iberian Latin. But one researcher, a sleep specialist, noted something peculiar. The whisper had the same frequency and cadence as a human hypnagogic hallucination, the kind heard during sleep paralysis, as if the treasure wasn't speaking, as if it was dreaming. The pattern no one wants to see. In 2020, a computational linguist named Darren Corey fed thousands of historical reports, ship logs, and recovered pirate letters into a deep learning model to look for patterns. He wasn't hunting treasure. He was studying the way pirates wrote about fear. What emerged was deeply unsettling. Across dozens of unrelated pirate crews, Caribbean, Atlantic, even Pacific, a specific phrase returned again and again: the black gold that watches. Sometimes it appeared in Portuguese, sometimes in broken French, but always in the same context: treasure left behind intentionally, cursed or forbidden. Corey cross-referenced this with anomalies in plant growth, magnetic readings, and historical disappearances near North Carolina's coast. His final conclusion? There is something beneath the Outer Banks that is not simply gold. It is a pattern, a memory, a wound that reflects the greed of those who seek it. Shortly after publishing that sentence on a research blog, Corey went dark. No further updates, No response to emails. So, what is the treasure? Some say it's nothing more than legend. Some believe it's buried gold, rotted maps, and pirate fear-mongering gone viral over the centuries. But others? They whisper a darker theory. That Blackbeard didn't bury treasure. He sealed something powerful, something sentient. And that his elaborate theatrics, the smoke, the symbols, the terrifying persona, weren't for show. They were ritual. To protect people from the place or the thing he found. What if the reason no one finds the treasure is because someone always does? And what if that someone never makes it back? Of course, Blackbeard wasn't the only sailor obsessed with lost riches. Long before him, and long after, another treasure ship vanished. This one real, documented, and finally found after centuries. But what they pulled up from the deep didn't just shine. It whispered. The lost treasure of the Nuestra Señora de Atocha, the ship that sank an empire's fortune. It was September 5th, 1622, when the sky over the Florida Straits turned from bright to black in a matter of hours. A storm was coming, but not just any storm. A hurricane, fierce and fast-moving, with winds that roared like cannon fire. And sailing directly into it was the Spanish treasure fleet, 28 ships strong, heavy with gold, silver, emeralds, and secrets. Among them was the Nuestra Señora de Atocha, the jewel of the fleet. She was a galleon born of empire, long, heavy, triple-masted, with reinforced hulls and cannons peeking from her sides. She carried the weight of a continent. 24 tons of silver, 125 bars of gold, thousands of emerald, chests of indigo, tobacco and copper, religious artifacts, royal seals, and coded ledgers. This was not just treasure. It was imperial lifeblood, meant to fund Spain's war efforts in Europe and pay debts to Flemish bankers. The Atocha was armored, guarded, and meticulously documented. She was, in theory, unsinkable. But the ocean doesn't care for theory. By dawn on September 6th, the Atocha was gone, shattered against the reefs near the Marquesas Keys. Of the 265 souls aboard, only 5 survived, all found clinging to the mizzenmast, their eyes wild with salt and horror. And the treasure? Gone. Sucked beneath the waves, scattered, buried, or worse, sealed by something deeper. A recovery that never came. Within weeks, the Spanish crown launched recovery efforts. Divers, native slaves trained to hold their breath for minutes, were sent down day after day. Wreckage was located. A few coins were recovered. But every attempt to reach the main cargo hold ended in failure. Currents shifted. Sand swallowed wood. Sharks circled. Then, in a stroke of cruel fate, a second hurricane struck the same region 3 weeks later, obliterating any remaining structure. It was as if the sea had deliberately closed its hand around the treasure. For 60 years, Spain continued to search. Expeditions were launched. Priests prayed. Maps were drawn and lost. Myths were born. Some said the treasure had been cursed. Others claimed the Atocha had never really sunk, that it had vanished into another world, taken by divine hand as punishment for imperial greed. The exact coordinates were lost, and the Atocha became legend. But legends have a way of waiting, and this one, it seemed, was just beginning. The man who spent his life chasing ghosts. The ocean had gone quiet, but not forever. Centuries after the Atocha vanished, its story lingered in whispers among wreck divers and treasure hunters. Many had tried to find her. All had failed, until one man, a former chicken farmer turned diving pioneer, decided he would succeed. His name was Mel Fisher. To most, he was eccentric. To some, delusional. But to a small team of believers and family members, Mel Fisher was the only man who truly understood the ocean's language. He had studied the currents, traced old maps, translated dusty Spanish archives. Every morning, he would wake and say the same words. Today's the day. He said it for 16 years. In that time, his crew found dozens of unrelated wrecks. They recovered coins, swords, and ballast stones. But never the main hull of the Atocha. Storms destroyed their equipment. Funding dried up. One year, Fisher's own son and daughter-in-law were killed when their salvage boat capsized. Even then, he kept diving. The ocean had taken much from him. Then, on July 20th, 1985, sonar picked up something odd 55 kilometers west of Key West. A strange signal. Dense, hollow, human. Divers went down. What they surfaced with was an emerald the size of a golf ball. Then came the gold bars. Then a silver ingot stamped with a royal mark matching the Atocha's cargo manifest. Mel Fisher had done it. He had found the Atocha. And just like that, history shuddered. A treasure beyond belief. Over the next 2 years, Fisher's team pulled up 40 tons of gold and silver, over 100,000 Spanish coin, emeralds, goblets, rings, crucifixes, navigational tools, compasses, astrolabes, a royal signet ring with an unknown crest, and a sealed lead scroll. With no visible text, the discovery was valued at over $400 million. It was the largest treasure recovery in history. News media exploded. Museums demanded shares. Spain sued. Fisher held firm. "Finders keepers," he said, invoking maritime law. But for all he found, something was missing. The Atocha's main cargo hold, the chamber that was said to contain the greatest concentration of wealth, was nowhere in sight. Only fragments, splinters, a trail. Like the ocean had dropped breadcrumbs, but kept the feast. What the sea refused to surrender. Despite the celebration, Mel Fisher was troubled. The Atocha had been found, yes, but not all of it. The treasure they recovered came from a trail of debris, not the ship's core. The main cargo hold, the central vault where the most valuable relics were kept, was still missing. And then came the anomalies. The unmarked artifacts divers recovered several sealed containers, unlike any seen before in Spanish shipwrecks. They were made of a strange alloy, dark and slightly magnetic. Inside? Nothing. Perfect vacuum. No labels, no explanation. One container was inscribed with a symbol that matched no known European origin. A circular seal with inverted points and a pattern that looked almost celestial. Linguists, historians, and metallurgists were baffled. Even stranger, one of the containers disappeared during transport. Security footage showed it in the cargo bay. Then, nothing. Gone. No tampering, no exit, no record. Fisher's team never spoke publicly about it again. The diary page. Among the waterlogged papers recovered from a leather chest, one page, mostly illegible, contained a passage written in frantic script. "The lights beneath us are not stars. They move with minds of their own. We should not carry this home." Another diver, weeks later, said he'd heard chanting in his headset, despite no transmission being active. Was it pressure sickness? Hallucination? Or was something still down there, watching them pull up a treasure that wasn't entirely meant to return? Missing cargo and shifting maps. Fisher wasn't the only one frustrated. Several historical archives showed different inventories for the Atocha's final voyage. Some listed twice the silver and 3 times the emeralds. Others describe a sealed reliquary box sent by the Vatican. But no such box was ever found. Worse, Newly surfaced Spanish naval logs suggested the Atocha may have diverted from its known route during a solar storm, days before it sank. Some believe the ship may have been split, its hull breaking across reefs, with the main vault carried miles elsewhere by underwater currents. Others think it went straight down, into one of the deep blue holes that scar the ocean floor, vertical tunnels where light and sound vanish. And in those depths, perhaps something else waits. The price of digging too deep. In the years after the Atocha's discovery, rumors began to circulate, not about what was found, but about what followed. Divers reported vivid dreams, of drowning in air, of emerald eyes glowing in the dark, of voices speaking in languages they had never heard. A marine archaeologist on Fisher's team later claimed he began to sleepwalk, waking miles from home near the ocean's edge, sand in his mouth, salt on his tongue. Psychologists dismissed it as stress, but for others, it felt like something had come back with them. What the church never claimed. In 1993, a Vatican historian contacted Fisher's Foundation, requesting access to an artifact he believed had been aboard the Atocha, a sealed reliquary mentioned in an obscure 17th century inventory. Fisher denied ever finding it. The priest reportedly replied, "Then it is still down there, and so is what it holds back." That historian died 1 month later. No obituary, no grave record. Years later, documents surfaced suggesting that certain items recovered from the Atocha had been quietly acquired by private collectors, only to disappear again. What were they? Why were they hidden? And why did no one ever speak of them publicly? The treasure that watches. In 2011, a sonar survey revealed a new wreck fragment several miles from the main Atocha site. Deeper, colder, wedged in a chasm. A drone was deployed. Its camera picked up metallic glints, fragments of hull, and, briefly, what looked like a carved stone face, staring upward from the sand. Then the feed went black. The drone was never recovered. 2 divers sent after it returned pale, shaken, and silent. One quit the project entirely. The other, a man named Luca Ruiz, would only say, "It's still guarding something, and we're not supposed to see it." The Atocha may have carried an empire's wealth. But maybe not all that glitters is meant for gold. Maybe it was a vault, not just a vessel. Maybe it held something too old to name, and maybe, just maybe, the ocean didn't take the Atocha to hide it. It took the ship to trap what was already on board. And when we pulled it back to the surface, we brought more than we bargained for. Of course, the ocean is not always still. In the heart of the Atlantic, there's a place where the waters run warm, but the air turns cold. Currents shift in ways science still can't fully explain, carrying heat, salt, and perhaps forgotten time. The world calls it a conveyor, but sailors know better. No. The secrets of the Atlantic conveyor belt. The current that keeps the world breathing. If the oceans are the lungs of the earth, then the Atlantic conveyor belt is its deepest breath. Known formally as the Atlantic Meridional Overturning Circulation, AMOC, it's a system of deep water currents that moves warm water from the tropics northward and cold water from the poles southward. This invisible engine stabilizes the planet's climate, feeds ecosystems, and keeps coastal cities from freezing. But what happens when it begins to falter? What happens when the thing that holds the world together starts to fall apart? Silently, invisibly, and irreversibly. The first signs. In 2004, a British-led expedition to the mid-Atlantic deployed a line of moored instruments along the 26.5-degree parallel, a position cutting through the heart of the Gulf Stream. The mission? Measure the speed, temperature, and salt content of the Atlantic conveyor. Nothing sensational. Routine science, except what they found wasn't routine at all. Within months, readings began to show a dramatic slowdown. Water that once moved like a great river beneath the sea was now hesitating, stuttering, pulsing irregularly. Temperature gradients shifted. Salinity dropped. Something, or somewhere, was bleeding into the system. By 2008, the slowdown was confirmed by multiple satellites and deep-sea sensors. Oceanographers were cautious. Climate scientists were alarmed. But beneath the data, there was something else. Something anomalous. Fishermen in the North Atlantic began reporting strange changes in tide behavior. Coastal buoys near Iceland blinked offline for no reason. Submersibles sent to study microcurrents came back damaged. Their pressure sensors overloaded despite no deep dives. One researcher described it as, "The ocean's rhythm felt interrupted, as if something massive was trying to turn around." The pulse beneath the waves. In 2013, the U.S. Naval Observatory quietly released a redacted internal report. Sonar data had picked up a low-frequency oscillation deep in the Atlantic Trench, moving counter to the known flow of the Conveyor. The wave repeated every 23 days. It didn't match tectonic activity. It wasn't linked to submarine movements. And it came from a depth beyond normal oceanic turbulence. Its name in the internal logs? The pulse. Some believed it to be a natural wobble in the current. Others weren't so sure. A retired oceanographer named Dr. Eliza Geller proposed a haunting theory. The conveyor belt isn't breaking down. It's reacting to something ancient, something we've forgotten we buried. She was dismissed. 3 months later, she vanished during a solo dive off the Azores. The probes that didn't return. In 2015, a deep-sea expedition funded by the European Space Agency launched Project Orca, a mission designed to send autonomous submersibles into the deep zones of the Atlantic Conveyor, places no human had ever reached. These robotic explorers were equipped with heat sensors, salinity meters, and a prototype sonar mapping AI capable of reacting in real time. The first 2 dives went smoothly. The third never came back. The last signal transmitted was static, followed by a sound so low it was nearly inaudible, more vibration than voice. Analysis showed it matched no known marine species, mechanical failure, or geological noise. A 4th probe, launched weeks later, returned briefly with a final image. A shape, long, sloping, not rock, and what looked like symmetry, unnatural symmetry, in the folds of the sea floor. The image was deleted hours later by internal servers. No explanation was offered. The whispers of the water. Meanwhile, satellite infrared imaging began to show thermal anomalies along the conveyor's path. Sections of the current appeared to warm without cause, then rapidly cool, as if something large was moving through the ocean, displacing water, altering flow, and leaving nothing in its wake. One meteorologist described it as a finger dragging through the sea, too deep to see, but not too deep to feel. Fishing ships reported equipment failures in previously stable zones. Sonar echoes returned unreadable. Some even claimed to have seen the surface of the water rise, briefly, slightly, as if something vast was just beneath them. Passing, they said it didn't make a sound. But the air changed. A stillness, like breath being held. The black spiral. In 2017, a private research firm tracking bioluminescence patterns along the conveyor observed a phenomenon they later called the black spiral. For 12 consecutive nights, glowing plankton in a region off the coast of Greenland began to twist inward, forming an enormous whirl of light, not from wind or tide, but from something pulling from below. It happened again 2 months later. A diver who entered the outer edge of the spiral described the sensation as being looked at by the ocean. He emerged bleeding from the ears, unable to speak for 2 days. The current remembers. The deeper scientists looked into the anomalies of the Atlantic Conveyor. The older the mystery became. The forgotten map. In 2018, a dive team exploring a sunken 16th century monastery off the coast of Portugal discovered a sealed reliquary chest. Inside, preserved in wax, was a parchment, fragile, flaked with salt, marked not with latitude and longitude, but a spiral of currents, hand-inked in red, overlaid with ancient sigils and glyphs of unknown origin. The document referenced a phrase in Latin, Memoria Pelagi, the memory of the sea. Beneath it, a cryptic annotation. The warm waters twist like a rope pulled by the past. When it slows, the door cracks. Historians dismissed it as poetic allegory. But one linguist noted the phrasing resembled Old Church Slavonic texts tied to Eastern maritime folklore, particularly legends about the deep that remembers. Echoes from the abyss. Acoustic monitoring stations near the mid-Atlantic ridge began detecting structured sound. Not random, not seismic, but repetitive. These weren't whale calls or tectonic groans. They were tones, repeating every 16.1 hours, like a chant with no source. The Navy picked up the signal too. They called it Cycle Zero. The tones matched no known frequency used by ships or wildlife. But when compared to deep sonar scans taken decades ago, the pattern seemed to trace the outline of the conveyor itself. As if the current wasn't just flowing, it was singing. Some hypothesized that the belt had become self-resonant, disturbed by climate, pulsing in unnatural rhythm. But others, like Dr. Reza Kadir, proposed a different idea. We didn't build the Atlantic Conveyor. We just discovered it. It's not a current, it's a construct. He believed the flow was guided, channeled through topography too precise to be coincidence. Undersea ridges, cavern mouths, magnetic sheaths in basalt rock, like an organ of the planet, but also, perhaps, a prison, a warning from the ice. The final blow came from Antarctica. In late 2020, a glaciologist named Ingrid Miles recorded a brief reversal in Antarctic deepwater flow, something that hadn't occurred in over 2,000 years. It lasted 6 minutes. During that window, the conveyor belt pulsed erratically across the globe. Tide gauges in Brazil jumped. Heat anomalies appeared in the North Sea. Fishermen in Iceland saw icebergs melt from the bottom, as if boiling from within. Miles later wrote, "We triggered something, or woke it. When the sea forgets to forget." By 2022, the scientific world had reached a fragile consensus. The Atlantic Conveyor Belt was slowing, possibly even nearing collapse. Governments debated policies, conferences were held. But beneath the equations and charts, something else stirred. A fear no one could quite name. At 0327 UTC on October 9, 2022, a seismic array off the Azores recorded a harmonic tremor. Not an earthquake, but a sustained vibration. The tone was pure, almost like a tuning fork, and lasted exactly 23 minutes. The Atlantic Conveyor halted. For those minutes, the flow stopped. Tides stilled. Barometers dropped. Birds went silent from Nova Scotia to Senegal. Then just as suddenly, the flow resumed, but not identically. Its temperature gradient had inverted, like a wire switched in the wrong direction. Cold moved where heat should, and vice versa. That same night, thousands of jellyfish surfaced off the coast of Spain, their bodies glowing green, pulsing in sync. Oceanographers couldn't explain it. But cryptographers found something else. The pulses matched an ancient pattern, identical to markings found in Babylonian star maps, not for constellations, but for cycles of silence. A rogue geophysicist named Daniel Voss published a now-banned paper arguing the Conveyor was never a natural formation. It is the nervous system of a memory too large to be held in land or sky. It was built, or grown, or dreamed, and we, by disturbing it, have become part of what it remembers. His paper was removed from all academic repositories within 48 hours. 3 days later, Voss's home burned to the ground. He was never seen again. In 2023, a remote thermal satellite accidentally captured a massive heat bloom beneath the Atlantic, not near the equator, but deep in the far north, where the cold should dominate. The shape of the bloom? A spiral, rotating counterclockwise, growing, as if the Conveyor wasn't just a current, but a clock, and something ancient beneath it had started to turn the hands. If the Conveyor collapses, the world will change. That much is certain. But what if that collapse is a release? What if the belt wasn't designed to move water, but to bind something? And now, after centuries of quiet, it's remembering itself, reawakening, reaching. The oceans have always had tides, but they've also had memory. And memory, like the sea, never forgets forever. Of course, the Conveyor isn't the only thing drifting. In a sea where time folds and tides shift sideways, some places aren't meant to hold ships, they're meant to swallow them. The shifting sands of the Sargasso Sea. The sea that shouldn't exist. There is a sea in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean with no shorelines, no borders, no rivers feeding it, no waves crashing on any coast. It is held not by land, but by currents. A massive, slow-rotating gyre bound by the North Atlantic Drift, the Canary Current, the North Equatorial Current, and the Gulf Stream. This sea is called the Sargasso Sea, named after the floating golden-brown seaweed sargassum that blankets its surface. It is the only sea in the world defined by water, not land. And for centuries, sailors have feared it. Because things go into the Sargasso Sea and don't always come out. The Sea of Stillness. From the age of wooden ships and square sails, mariners spoke of the Sargasso with hushed reverence, calling it the sea with no wind, the graveyard of ships, and the mirror of death. Vast mats of sargassum weed drift atop the water, stretching for miles, tangling rudders and slowing progress to a crawl. But it isn't the plants that scare them. It's the silence. The Sargasso Sea is eerily calm, with minimal waves, low currents, and an uncanny stillness that presses against the mind. Many crews reported suffering hallucinations after weeks in its waters, hearing whispers, seeing lights just beneath the surface, and feeling as though they were being watched. One 18th century captain, William Harker, described in his log, "There is no wind, yet we drift. There is no sun, yet we burn. I have seen the sea smile today, and I fear what lies beneath it." The derelicts. Perhaps more unsettling than the stillness are the ships that never left. Since the 1700s, there have been hundreds of sightings of ghost ships, drifting unmanned in the Sargasso Sea. Many are unmarked, weather-worn, their hulls broken or listing, sails shredded by time. Some are ancient, caravels with designs not seen since Columbus, and others are inexplicably modern, missing from recent registries. None of them show signs of struggle. No fire, no damage, no blood. Just abandoned. Some salvage crews who've boarded these derelicts report strange damage below deck. Warped metal, melted compasses, or walls covered in cryptic scrawls. In 1932, a U.S. Navy ship reported encountering a schooner named the Calliope, a vessel believed to have sunk in 1895. It was drifting perfectly upright, no crew aboard. Below deck, they found a dining table set for 10, plates and silverware neatly arranged, and completely clean, as though recently washed. No bodies were ever found. The sea that Voyage holds time still. As navigation tools became more advanced in the 20th century, the Sargasso Sea remained an outlier, where instruments failed, compasses drifted, and time itself seemed to stretch thin. The time distortion files. Between 1947 and 1991, the U.S. Navy's Hydrographic Office logged over 24 incidents in which vessels transiting the Sargasso reported temporal anomalies, ships reporting arrival hours or days off schedule, despite verified speeds. Clock systems falling out of sync by as much as 11 minutes in a single hour. GPS data, in later years, showing looped paths, as though ships had circled areas they swore they hadn't passed. One such case was the SS Ulysses, a cargo vessel that transmitted a standard position update in June 1974, only to reappear on radar 30 minutes later in the exact same spot, despite having reported forward movement. Its onboard clock showed no time had passed. Magnetic whispers. Magnetic mapping of the region has revealed strange anomalies in the Sargasso Sea's basin. Patches of water, miles wide, register as quiet zones, with reduced magnetic flux and unexplained fluctuations. These zones seem to move, shifting position over months and years. In one such region, a marine research drone sent in 2002 returned with corrupted footage, save for a single clip, an image of glowing threads beneath the sea weaving into a spiral. The clip is time-stamped 1 hour before the drone was deployed. Scientists dismissed it as error. Others weren't so sure. The Siren Echo submariners, navigating deep below the Sargasso mat, have reported hearing what they described as a sound that isn't sound, a vibration in the bones, a resonance that hums through the hull. In one declassified naval report from 1989, a crewman aboard the USS Denver described a long, mournful tone, not mechanical, not alive, just old, like the sea was remembering something, and we heard it cry. He went mad shortly afterward. Where the horizon lies. In sailor's lore, there's a term that rarely makes it into formal nautical charts: the false horizon. It refers to a line, not of land, not of weather, but of sensation. A place where the sea and sky seem to tilt just slightly, like the world itself is a painting peeling at the corners. This horizon appears most often in the Sargasso Sea, and those who see it often don't return. The ship that never moved in 2006, the MV Lyridon, a Greek freighter bound for Bermuda, reported calm seas and good visibility as it passed into the Sargasso. Daily check-ins continued for 4 days, then silence. A week later, the ship was found drifting, engines cold, radios functional, life rafts untouched. The logbook showed entries written in tight, shaky handwriting. We keep sailing, but the sky does not move. Waves echo behind us, not in front. It feels like we are being watched from above and below and inside. The final page read, "The horizon split open. There is no depth. There is only the mirror. Tell my wife I..." It ended mid-sentence. There was no crew aboard. No signs of violence, no alarms. Just silence and the stillness of a ship that had stopped, not by force, but by forgetting to move. The sand that isn't sand. In 2012, an oceanographic team conducting sediment collection from beneath a dense mat of sargassum pulled up something strange. Instead of mud or silt, the sample contained fine white grains, almost like silica. But under the microscope, the particles resembled hexagonal crystal lattices, far too regular for natural sand. When exposed to moisture, the grains began to vibrate, subtly, rhythmically, then collapsed into dust. A second sample taken 2 kilometers away yielded the same structure. The team jokingly referred to it as time ash. But a biochemist on the project went further. It's not from this ocean. It's not even from this time. It's residue, memory fossilized. Light beneath light. The Sargasso Sea is famous for its clarity. Water here is bluer than anywhere else in the Atlantic. And yet, beneath the surface, divers have described a second glow. Not from sunlight, but something beneath the sea floor. One diver, Mary Celeste, recorded a descent in 2018 to a trench within the Sargasso's center. At 270 meters, the light dimmed. At 300, it returned. Not from above, but below. It was like stars under the sand. Something breathing through the ocean's skin. Her dive computer logged her descent at 32. Her footage showed 22. No edits, no corruption, just missing time. Echoes of the past shipwrecks, pulled from the Sargasso's grip, often show unusual preservation. Wood intact after centuries, paint unpeeled, but all metals melted. Scientists theorize chemical reactions with seaweed, but cannot explain the uniformity. Worse, several vessels recovered from different centuries had identical markings scratched into the deck. A spiral with a vertical slash, often placed near the helm. No known civilization used this symbol. One theory? It's a warning, not from the past, but to the past. The sea that was never meant to be crossed. What if the Sargasso Sea isn't just a strange region of ocean, but a boundary, not a border between countries, but between realities? A threshold, a membrane, a mirror turned sideways. The vanishing ship. In March 2020, the RMS Carlo, a privately owned research and rescue vessel, entered the Sargasso in search of the missing pleasure yacht Seraphine. The last known coordinates placed the yacht 30 nautical miles east of the Bermuda perimeter, drifting. The Carlo reported clear skies, calm seas. At 03:42 a.m., their signal flickered. Then came a final transmission, lasting 28 seconds. A whisper through static. We see it. We see something. It's reflecting us. No, not just us. Others, ourselves. But they're wrong. Then silence. The ship was never found. 2 months later, an unmanned buoy near the same location began transmitting identical ambient noise, layered over what analysts believe to be mismatched heartbeat rhythms. A growing number of oceanographers and physicists have quietly proposed that the Sargasso functions less like a region and more like a system. It doesn't just trap objects. It remembers them, echoes them, rearranges them. Some believe that the Sargasso may be a naturally occurring quantum feedback loop, triggered by magnetic isolation, clarity of light, and the peculiar geometry of the gyre's rotation. Others argue it is an organic intelligence, distributed across seaweed, pressure gradients, and microcurrents, not thinking as we do, but observing, reflecting, that it doesn't kill, it confuses. It turns ships and sailors into versions that almost existed, and then leaves them drifting, half forgotten, half alive. In 2022, a decrypted black box from an unmanned recon drone recorded something chilling. Not just static, not just sonar, but a human voice, reversed. When played forward, the voice was clear, speaking in the same tone and cadence as the captain of the Carlo. It said, "We passed through the shimmer. We became the sea. We are still here, just not now." The file ended with laughter, childlike, echoing, and hollow. The Sargasso Sea does not rage. It does not roar. It waits. It doesn't swallow ships. It absorbs them. And perhaps All those lost crews, those vanishing ships and fragments of time, they haven't disappeared at all. They are still sailing, still signaling, just on the other side of the sea that should never have existed. But the sea never sleeps. Far across the world, off the coast of Japan, lies another strange place, not of drifting weed or whispered echoes, but of stone pyramids, carved steps, and an entire underwater city no one can explain. The ancient underwater city of Yonaguni, the city beneath the waves. In 1986, off the southern coast of Yonaguni Island in Japan's Ryukyu archipelago, a local diver named Kihachiro Aratake was searching for hammerhead sharks. What he found instead was something no one could explain. At a depth of about 25 meters, the seabed suddenly gave way to massive, angular stone formations. Terraces, staircases, flat platforms, corridors, and even what looked like pillars and a stage. It was as if someone had built a city, then sunk it. At first, the scientific community dismissed the site as a natural formation. But then came the photos, and then the measurements. Perfect 90-degree angles, symmetrical staircases, sharp-edged platforms too precise for erosion alone. Japan's leading marine geologist, Professor Masaki Kimura, dove to the site dozens of times and came back with a bold declaration. This is not nature. This is man-made, and it predates all known Japanese civilization. The monument. The centerpiece of the site, now called the Yonaguni Monument, is a massive stone structure approximately 150 meters long, 40 meters wide, and 27 meters tall. It rises up from the seafloor like a submerged pyramid, its sides carved into terraces and ledges. Divers exploring the site have documented features such as a grand staircase with steps uniform in height and width, a star-shaped platform at the top, a series of twin megaliths standing like gateposts, a possible roadway, smooth and flat, stretching over 100 meters, and a chamber some call the throne room. The entire formation appears to be oriented along cardinal directions: north, south, east, west, much like ancient temples found in Egypt and Mesoamerica. And then there are the carvings, symbols in the stone. Kimura and his team claim to have found petroglyphs, carved shapes resembling faces, animals, and symbols etched into parts of the monument. Some resemble Okinawan religious iconography, others are entirely unfamiliar. One carving appears to depict a rising sun over stepped waves, eerily similar to the Japanese imperial seal, but aged, eroded, and deeper than known historical layers. Skeptics argue that these are mere pareidolia, the brain's tendency to find meaning in randomness, but divers say otherwise. Many report a distinct sensation upon descending to the monument, as if the place is watching them back, the builders who vanished. The question wasn't just what Yonaguni was, it was who built it and when. A civilization before history? Radiocarbon dating of nearby corals suggests the structure may have been above sea level between 10,000 and 12,000 years ago, placing it at the end of the last ice age. That would mean Yonaguni predates the pyramids of Giza, Stonehenge, Sumer, and even the rise of agriculture in many parts of the world. This timeline places the monument in the Paleolithic era, a period long believed to harbor only nomadic hunter-gatherers, not architects of massive stone cities. And yet, the precision of Yonaguni's angles, the size of the stones, and the complexity of its layout suggest knowledge of geometry, engineering, and cosmology. Could there have been a civilization in the Pacific, now completely forgotten, that flourished, built, and vanished before recorded history even began? Some researchers believe so. The lost Pacific cultures. There are legends across the Pacific of ancient lands swallowed by the sea. Lemuria. The Japanese legend of Ryugu-jo, the palace beneath the ocean. These aren't just myths, say alternative historians. They may be cultural memories, encoded stories passed through generations of cities that once stood proudly on land, now buried beneath the tide. Kimura believes Yonaguni could be part of a larger complex, a sunken archipelago stretching across Okinawa and the East China Sea, hinting at a vast and sophisticated society lost to rising waters. He calls it the Atlantis of the East. Ancient maps and forbidden knowledge. In 1997, a Japanese antiquarian claimed to have discovered a stone tablet bearing a map of Ryukyu, with markings where Yonaguni now lies underwater. The tablet was mysteriously lost in a fire weeks later. No photographs survive, but older records remain. 15th century Chinese naval maps reference the reef of stepping stones in the region. Portuguese explorers logged sightings of unearthly structures seen beneath glassy waters. And a Buddhist scroll from the 12th century contains a line translated as, "Beneath the dragon's gate lies the city of the first sun. The waves guard it, and the stars mourn its fall." Could all of this point to a memory older than memory itself? Debate in stone. Science versus something older. From the moment Yonaguni came into the spotlight, it sparked a fierce divide, not just among scientists, but among philosophers, historians, and explorers. Was this truly a man-made structure from a lost civilization? Or was it nature, working in angular poetry? On one side stood Professor Masaki Kimura, the marine geologist who had logged over 100 dives at the site and spent decades documenting its every corner. His argument was simple, yet profound. The geometry is intentional. The erosion is too clean. This was shaped either by hands or minds using tools. He presented evidence. Cut marks on stone faces consistent with tool work. Regularity of steps and terraces matching human architecture. Orientation of key structures, aligning with the solstices and cardinal points. Presence of carved symbols, including humanoid faces and abstract figures. He published more than 15 papers and 2 books on the topic. But his views were not universally accepted. Enter Robert Schoch, geologist from Boston University, famous for redating the Sphinx of Giza. He visited Yonaguni in 1997 and offered a more conservative view. The site is fascinating, but in my opinion, it is primarily natural, formed by tectonic activity and fractured sandstone, sharpened by wave erosion. But even he admitted, the line between natural and artificial is not always clean. Perhaps, like the Sphinx, what's natural was later modified. Even among skeptics, certain features remain difficult to explain. The loop tunnel, a near-perfect circular passage with a square base and right-angled turns. A 20-meter-wide triangle plaza, flat and cleared, with edges forming a near-exact equilateral triangle. The twin monoliths, standing vertically side by side, showing no signs of having fallen there naturally. The face of the lion, a stylized carving resembling a feline nearly identical to Okinawan temple guardians. In one 2004 dive, a team from the Okinawa Institute of Science recorded magnetic anomalies around the twin monoliths, as if they held remnants of iron tools or core alignment. No tools have ever been recovered, but then again, underwater preservation is unforgiving. In 2009, a documentary crew recorded ambient underwater soundscapes of the Yonaguni site for acoustic modeling. One microphone, placed inside the throne room chamber, picked up an odd result. Low-frequency hums, cycling every 5.7 seconds. Frequencies matching neither ocean current noise nor marine fauna. A strange harmonic echo that responded to diver movement nearby. Sound engineers analyzed the clip and concluded, it behaves almost like a resonant chamber, as if it was built to carry sound. The theory? The chamber may have been used for rituals, or chanting, or even astronomical observation through acoustic calibration. What the divers heard, despite the controversy among academics. Those who have descended into Yonaguni's depths tell a different kind of story. Not one of measurements and mineral composition, but of sensation, perception, and something that defies physics. The Whispering Walls, multiple professional divers, including military-trained teams and oceanographers, have reported audio anomalies while near or within the monument's deepest features. One diver from a 2011 university expedition described the sensation as, "It was like being inside a seashell, but the shell was alive. We could hear a rhythm, soft and deep, like breath in stone." A second diver reported something more direct. "When I swam near the center chamber, my comms cut. All I could hear was a low murmur, like hundreds of people chanting just outside of earshot." These incidents were chalked up to acoustic illusions, refraction of sound, interference from surface engines, or pressure-induced hallucinations. But the incidents kept happening, even more unsettling, in 3 separate dives between 2010 and 2015. Audio recordings captured a series of clicks and pulses in patterns that resembled Morse code. The message, though fragmented, repeated one word over and over: down. No marine animal is known to produce that pattern. The Forbidden Dive. In July 2016, a private expedition team funded by a Japanese tech conglomerate conducted a night dive without notifying local authorities or the Japan Agency for Marine Earth Science. They deployed high-lumen floodlights and deep-penetration LiDAR scanners to map the corridor, a narrow passage leading from the monument's west platform to what appeared to be a collapsed tunnel. The lights penetrated only 20 meters before fogging with silt. But the LiDAR recorded a cavern. A massive, hollow space, dome-like, with a central plinth and radiating steps. The scan showed something angular and symmetrical at the center, but before the full model could be rendered, the expedition's uplink cut out. One diver surfaced early, vomiting. Another never re-entered the water. The team returned to Tokyo and never released their data publicly. Psychological effects. Among divers who frequent the site, there's an informal phrase passed in hushed tones: Yonaguni time. It refers to the way time seems to stretch underwater. Not in clock readings, but in the mind. Dives scheduled for 20 minutes feel like 40. Conversations seem longer than the oxygen allows. Lights appear dimmer than they should be, even with new batteries. In a controlled 2018 study conducted by Kyoto University, 14 divers were sent to Yonaguni and fitted with biometric sensors. Results showed elevated heart rates during non-strenuous movement, sudden pupil dilation when approaching the monument, mild disorientation and euphoria akin to high-altitude hypoxia. One diver reported a memory flash of a city on fire. A memory he could not explain. The city that watches back. If Yonaguni is a city, it is one without a name, without a written history, and perhaps without a past that fits our understanding. But what if it was never meant to be a city at all? During a 2003 joint dive between Japanese and Taiwanese researchers, divers discovered a shallow groove beneath the east platform, filled with silicate residue and partially exposed carvings. These were not the animal-like symbols found elsewhere. They were glyphs, repeating patterned shapes, possibly forming a script. Photographs showed a series of vertical slashes flanked by triangles, spiral notations set in a grid, what appeared to be a stylized eye rendered in triplicate. One linguist, Dr. Hiromasa Ito, noted the symbols' spacing mirrored those found on Jomon pottery, an early Japanese culture predating recorded language. But the glyphs at Yonaguni were older, based on sediment dating. Ito proposed a theory. The site may be not just a monument, but a library of stone, a memory palace encoded in geometry and vibration. What would such a library preserve? Some believe the structure aligns with celestial events. Professor Kimura has published a paper showing the main stairwell aligns with the midwinter solstice sunrise, a trait shared with sites like Newgrange in Ireland and Chichen Itza in Mexico. Others propose it functioned as a temple, its acoustics and layout meant to invoke trance states or transmit vibrations into the earth. A few go further. Dr. Nina Sabani, a comparative mythologist, points out that legends of submerged places, Atlantis, Lemuria, Ryugujo, all speak of cities that sank not just in water, but in awareness. Perhaps Yonaguni didn't fall. It was placed, hidden, until we were ready. In 2021, a submarine drone from an American exploration startup briefly scanned a ridge 5 kilometers south of the main monument. It picked up what appeared to be an even deeper terrace, with parallel cuts and something long and curved. The dive was aborted due to mechanical fault. But the preliminary scan looked like a tale, what the ocean doesn't forget. For all the measurements, the dives, the debates, Yonaguni remains exactly what it was when first seen by human eyes. A question carved in stone. And maybe that's what it was always meant to be. Divers return again and again, some for research, others because they can't stop thinking about it. There's something in the architecture that lingers, a symmetry that resonates beneath logic. They speak of dreams afterward, vivid, recurring, strange. One diver wrote, "I dreamed I was walking through the corridors of Yonaguni, but it wasn't underwater. It was night. The sky was red, and the stones were humming my name." Many experience an eerie sense of déjà vu while exploring the site, as if they've been there before or always known it in some deep ancestral memory. Perhaps the greatest mystery of Yonaguni is not who built it or when, but why it reappeared now. For centuries, it was hidden, cloaked by currents, missed by maps, untouched by modern tools, until, by chance or fate, a single diver discovered it. But structures this massive don't vanish. They're hidden, or worse, forgotten on purpose. Was Yonaguni buried by nature, or was it submerged to protect us? Some believe the monument is still changing, that its angles subtly shift between dives, that new shapes are emerging. One researcher swears she saw a fresh crack in a wall, and inside, another chamber, perfectly dark. When she returned days later, it was gone. Cameras fail. Compass needles spin. And yet, for all the interference, one feeling cuts through. It knows we're here. Yonaguni may never give us answers, but perhaps it wasn't built to be understood. Maybe it was built to be witnessed, once, long ago, and now, again. To remind us that even beneath oceans, memory lives. And sometimes, memory calls back. The ghostly ship of the Baychimo trapped, abandoned, and still afloat. In 1931, a steel-hulled cargo steamer named Baychimo became stuck in Arctic ice off the coast of Barrow, Alaska. She was a veteran of the sea, built in 1914 in Sweden and operated by the Hudson's Bay Company. Used to carry furs, goods, and trade supplies along the treacherous routes between Alaska and Canada. But the moment she froze in, the strange tale began. What was supposed to be a temporary delay in an early Arctic storm turned into a haunting maritime legend that would span nearly 4 decades. Because Baychimo didn't sink. She wasn't destroyed. She was simply left behind. And she kept sailing. On October 1st, 1931, Baychimo was returning from a trade run when she was caught in pack ice in the Chukchi Sea. Her crew, aware of the danger, offloaded some cargo and set up camp nearby, assuming they'd wait a few days for a thaw. But the ice only thickened. After 10 days, the captain, Cornelius Tuke, ordered the crew to evacuate to Barrow, the nearest settlement, leaving behind a skeleton team to guard the ship. On October 15th, a powerful blizzard hit. When it cleared, Baychimo was gone. Presumed sunk, the crew mourned her. But 2 days later, an Inuit seal hunter found the vessel 20 miles away, stuck in another ice field, completely intact, unmanned, and silent. Realizing the ship could break free and drift unpredictably, the Hudson's Bay Company declared her a total loss. The remaining crew stripped valuables and cargo, then abandoned her for good. Yet Baychimo refused to disappear. In the coming months, multiple travelers, Inuits, trappers, even whalers, reported seeing her adrift, unmanned, sails tattered, deck iced over, drifting silently along the icy coastline. Some tried to board her, others ran in fear. A few claimed to see lights flickering within, though no fire burned and no power remained. Baychimo had become something else, a ship without crew, a vessel without destination, a ghost in steel. When Baychimo was abandoned to the Arctic in late 1931, her story should have ended. Frozen in time, buried beneath ice, her hull cracked and broken by the brutal elements. But instead, she lived on, and the Arctic began to whisper her name. In early 1932, a group of Inuit hunters near Wainwright, Alaska, encountered Baychimo drifting slowly, its deck glistening with frost. They boarded her briefly, found the cargo hold flooded, but the hull surprisingly intact. That same summer, a dog sled patrol from Barrow saw her again, farther north this time, wedged in broken ice, gently creaking in the wind. No crew, no footprints, no damage. She was sailing without a hand at the wheel. In 1935, Captain Hugh Polson, leading a small salvage team, managed to board the vessel during a brief thaw. They stayed for 2 nights aboard her, attempting to ready her for towing. But a sudden storm forced them off. When they returned, she was gone again. No tow lines broken, no signs of struggle, just vanished into the fog. By 1939, Baychimo had earned a reputation among Arctic locals as the Ice Ghost. Superstition spread: never approach her alone, never look into her bridge at night, and above all, if she looks too still, she's about to move. Sightings continued for 2 decades. Trappers would pass her in the distance. Planes flying overhead spotted her trapped 1 week, missing the next. In 1951, a Royal Canadian Mounted Police Patrol reported seeing her from the air, drifting with the current between Point Hope and Barrow. They marked her position on a map, but she was gone before any vessel arrived. Even stranger, Baychimo was once reportedly seen over 100 miles from her last known location, in a stretch of sea where no currents should have taken her. The stories began to evolve. Hunters said the ice around her would crack in symmetrical patterns. Dogs refused to go near her hull. One Inuit elder claimed he saw his own reflection in the bridge window. Older than I am, and staring back like it knew me. By the 1960s, she had become Arctic folklore, a floating relic from another age, seen but never touched. In 1962, a group of fishermen swore they spotted her during a dense fog just south of Barrow. One claimed to hear a bell ringing as their boat passed her stern, though Baychimo's bell had long since been removed. In 1969, she was seen for the final time. A survey team aboard an icebreaker saw her from a distance, half buried in a ridge of sea ice. They made camp, intending to reach her in daylight. By morning, the ice field was empty. Baychimo was gone. What kept her afloat? Experts remain baffled by how the ship lasted so long. No maintenance for decades, exposed to brutal freeze-thaw cycles. Zero crew, no engine use, and severe structural stress. And yet, Baychimo remained structurally intact for 38 years. Far longer than most Arctic ships designed with modern alloys. Some have proposed that her particular steel alloy, combined with dry cold and minimal human interference, created a kind of natural preservation effect. Others whisper a different theory, that Baychimo wanted to sail, and the Arctic let her. The ship that refused rescue. As the legend of Baychimo grew, so did the obsession. Among salvagers, historians, and adventurers who believed they could recover her, either for profit or to solve the mystery once and for all. But every rescue mission failed, and each failure added another layer to her myth. Between the late 1930s and the early 1960s, at least 9 separate expeditions were launched to either retrieve the Baychimo or dismantle her before she became a hazard. Each time, they encountered ice closing in at unnatural speed, storms appearing without forecast, equipment failure upon approach, missing tools, drained batteries, and in one case, a radar blackout. A 1948. Canadian salvage team reported their tugboat's navigation suddenly reversed, showing the Baychimo behind them even though they were sailing toward her. When they turned to look, she was gone. The crew logged the incident as instrument interference due to magnetic flux. But the captain wrote in a private letter, "It felt like we were being turned away." The Hudson's Bay Company officially stopped tracking Baychimo in 1955. Internally, they classified her as lost at sea. But that didn't stop theories from surfacing. That Baychimo had been carrying more than furs, possibly wartime gold or documents. That she had been used for covert operations and abandoned to erase evidence. That she was cursed due to a previous owner's death, or that she had become sentient, a spirit of the Arctic now trapped in a steel hull. Inuit oral tradition began treating her as an angakuk umiak, a shaman canoe, a vessel with its own soul, capable of choosing where and to whom it appears. In 1959, a radio operator stationed near Point Lay, Alaska, picked up a faint, repeating Morse signal on an unused channel. Decoded, it read, "Holding, no crew, no port, still here." No ship ever claimed the transmission. No source was found. When local authorities triangulated the signal's origin, it pointed, once again, to open water. Some believed it was a hoax. Others saw it as Baychimo's final log entry, the ship declaring her presence despite the world forgetting her. There are theories that Baychimo had become a kind of guardian of the ice. Not a hazard, but a warning. That her presence dissuaded explorers from traveling too far into waters where nature still ruled. More than once, planes diverted after spotting her near unstable pack ice, only to avoid disastrous cracks or rogue flows hours later. It's as if she appeared to push them away. A final act of protection from a ship that once carried lifeblood across the Arctic. By the late 1960s, Baychimo had become something more than a ship. She was legend, a whisper on the ice, a moving ruin that no one could touch. But even legends fade. And then, she disappeared. March 1969. A survey team aboard an American icebreaker in the Beaufort Sea spotted a long, narrow silhouette embedded in a shifting pressure ridge. From a distance, it matched the size and shape of the Baychimo. They planned to reach her the next morning. Overnight, temperatures dropped sharply. Winds shifted. By sunrise, the ice ridge was gone. And so was the ship. It was the last confirmed sighting of the Baychimo. In the 1970s, Canadian authorities quietly declassified internal memos that referred to Baychimo as a navigational phantom. One note dated 1973 suggested, "If encountered again, the ship should be sunk. It serves no purpose and fuels superstitions." But no plan was ever executed, because she was never encountered again. By the 1980s, ice mapping had evolved. Satellite scans swept the Arctic regularly. Still, no trace, no wreck, no debris, nothing. Where is she now? Some believe Baychimo finally succumbed to the elements, crushed by shifting ice, pulled under into a deep, forgotten trench. But others aren't so sure. In 2006, an expedition tracking drift patterns in the Chukchi Sea found unusual sonar reflections, long, hollow, metallic, where no wreck was known to exist. The team marked the coordinates. Weather turned. They never returned. The data was later lost in a hard drive failure. Some Arctic sailors say Baychimo is still out there, drifting beyond radar, hiding in ice fog, listening, waiting. They say if you're quiet on certain nights, just before the freeze locks everything, you can hear her hull groan in the wind, not like a wreck settling, but like a ship thinking, remembering. Baychimo may have vanished, but the sea she sailed has not. And sometimes, in the silence between storms, the Arctic still speaks her name, not as a warning, but as a reminder that not all ships carry people. Some carry stories, and some become stories.